Welcome to the inaugural GNSI Policy Dialogues. Today's topic, hunger as a weapon. My name is Glenn Beckmann. I'm the communications manager with the Global and National Security Institute, GNSI. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to a really terrific venue, one that we're very lucky to call home right now, the Patel Center for Global Solutions. Welcome to all of you, and welcome to everyone online who's watching our live stream. All of you are welcome, and we have viewers online viewing the live stream from around the world today, so that's a fantastic start to this new platform that we've created. I'd like to acknowledge our partners for this Policy Dialogues event, the USF College of Arts and Sciences, along with the USF Center for the Advancement of Food Security and Healthy Communities. Without their help, this conference wouldn't take place, and they've been fantastic to work with. I'd like to take a moment to tell you a little bit about GNSI and the creation of this platform, the Policy Dialogues. It's been almost 1 year since USF President Ria Law announced the creation of GNSI to better capitalize on the research and the capabilities here at the university in the national security space and raise the university's profile in that space. The mission of GNSI is to provide actionable solutions to 21st century challenges for lawmakers and decision makers at the local, state, national, and global levels, operating at the boundary of policy and technology. Since our inception, we've hosted 2 conferences which have focused on issues within the framework of the great power competition. We believe, however, there are many more conversations to be had concerning more non-traditional subjects which are often overlooked but are of vital global importance and deeply important to global and national security. We created this platform, the GNSI Policy Dialogues, to address those non-traditional issues. And today, we begin with hunger as a weapon. If you'd like to learn more about GNSI or some of our conference partners, I invite you to stop by our display table in the lobby sometime during the day. We have decision briefs, conference and summit reports from previous conferences, programs, and you can also learn more, of course, from our website, usf.edu/GNSI. So a brief look at our agenda for today. We're honored to have an address from Cindy McCain, the Executive Director of the World Food Program. We'll also hear from retired United States Marine Corps General Frank McKenzie. He's the former commander of the United States Central Command and the current Executive Director of GNSI. He'll deliver the keynote remarks this morning. Our afternoon keynote remarks will be delivered by Laurie Beyranevand. She's the director of the Center for Agriculture and Food Systems and a professor of law at the Vermont Law and Graduate School. The title of her discussion today will be The Need to Address Hunger and Nutrition Security Strategically for Safety, Resilience, and Prosperity. We'll have 2 discussion panels today, one in the morning, one this afternoon. We'll also have 3 dynamic breakout sessions this afternoon for those of you attending in person. And please take special note for all of you in the room. We are going to reconvene here in the auditorium after those breakout sessions. We're going to have a recap and key takeaways from each of those sessions, and I'll remind you about that this afternoon before we begin them. You can find details on these sessions in the program and the agenda. A couple of housekeeping notes we need to go over today. Wi-Fi access is available to you all here. It is free, and the login information is included with your conference badge. And this is a 4-attribution conference. It's being live streamed except for the breakout session, and the entire conference is being recorded. Attribution for comments and content from today's conference may be used by GNSI or any other organization or individual for later distribution. And importantly, for lunch today, we're going to slot 90 minutes since you will need to leave the building to eat. There are a few places on campus, but they're operating on their summer schedule, so you might want to check online before you go. There are many restaurants within a 5 to 10 minute drive If you'd like some recommendations, please ask just one of our GNSI staff for our favorite places. We'll be happy to tell you, suggest what you're looking for. And if you have any other questions about GNSI or any of our conference partners or USF or anything like that, please don't hesitate to ask. We're running around today taking care of business, but we're happy to help out. You can ask me. I see Jim back there. Tad down here is one of our moderators, but he's an analyst planner. We can all help you out. Just please ask. And with that, we're ready to get things going. Our first speaker is Cindy McCain, the Executive Director of the United Nations World Food Program. We're very honored to have her open our conference today.
Thank you to the Global and National Security Institute for having me today. And thank you for hosting this important conversation. At the World Food Program, we know well that food security is a fundamental requirement for national security. All too often, hunger is caused by and contributes to instability and conflict. This vicious cycle is present in many of the countries where we work. Competition over scarce natural resources needed to produce food can fuel social tensions, which spill over into violence. Climate change means this is likely to become more common in the future. WFP also has anecdotal evidence from the Sahel region of West Africa that hunger is driving recruitment for extremist groups. Our people have heard stories of men signing up not because of ideology, but because they are desperate to feed their families, and these groups have food. Meanwhile, tens of millions of people are displaced each year by conflict and forced to seek out safety, food, and shelter, as we've seen most recently with the war in Ukraine. In the modern world, conflicts and humanitarian crises do not stay contained within national borders. Instead, their impacts are felt everywhere. This is why it's so important we all work together to address the global hunger crisis, which has pushed 41 million people to the brink of famine. It's an investment in our collective security. We need short-term and long-term solutions to hunger to address the immediate crises, but also tackle its root causes. In the Sahel, WFP has been working since 2018 to reduce hunger and improve long-term food security in Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger. In addition to providing food aid, we are teaching irrigation and land rehabilitation so communities can grow food despite the changing climate. We support smallholder farmers to sell crops to earn a sustainable living. And we run school meals programs to encourage the poorest families to keep their children in education. So far, we have reached nearly 3 million people in more than 2,700 villages, and we aim to support 5 million people in the next 5 years. This is the way forward, combining life-saving assistance with longer-term solutions to hunger to achieve lasting impact. It is the best way to lay the foundations for stable and prosperous societies and strengthen our own national security. We know we can't do it alone, but if we all come together and collaborate, academics, NGOs, governments, and critically, the private sector, I believe we can and we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you to Cindy McCain, the Executive Director of the World Food Program, for those insightful remarks. It's a great way to start the conference. And now I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker, the new Provost and Executive Vice President here at the University of South Florida, Dr. Prasant Mohapatra. He comes to USF from the University of California, Davis, where he served as Vice Chancellor for Research since 2018. A distinguished professor in the Department of Computer Science, Mohapatra held multiple leadership programs at UC Davis, including Dean and Vice Provost of Graduate Studies, Associate Chancellor, Interim Vice Provost, and Chief Information Officer, and Chair of the Department of Computer Science. I'd like to invite to the podium Dr. Prasant Mohapatra.
Thanks, Glenn, and good morning to everyone. I'm so excited to join at the first Policy Dialogue event to welcome and also to welcome you to the University of South Florida. Whether you are attending in person or tuning in, I hope today's program will have significant educational beneficial to you and your work. USF is proud to host these dialogues as it supports our mission as a public university to create knowledge and share it with key leaders and decision makers like you who can apply this information in the organization you work with. We know the security challenges of 21st century will require diverse expertise across all disciplines and various industries. By fostering relationship among those here today and our respective organization, we can look at the bigger picture of global impact and take a closer look on how these challenges are manifested in our local community and beyond as we move forward with our day-to-day lives. The COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and severe climate events. These are very different events, but all three illustrate how the supply chains and food system can be disrupted in various ways, and we need to learn how to adapt and address those issues. By closely examining these events, we can map the impacts locally, nationally, and globally. The research related to this will help us in understanding the impacts of these events and can help us address and adapt our system for the future. As some of you know, USF has a tradition of partnering with our communities. The location of our campuses provides a truly unique opportunity to pull together the academic expertise that exists in all these campuses and the practical experience to explore new ways of thinking and addressing the challenges. Across our colleges, centers, and institute, you will find faculty and students actively engaged in research and coursework relevant to the needs of our community partners. Later in today's program, you will hear from some of those faculty members, and I would encourage you to engage more with those faculty members. I'm also pleased to have leaders from the Feeding Tampa Bay here today. Feeding Tampa Bay and USF have a long-standing partnership based on food insecurity research through the Center for Advancement of Food Security and Healthy Communities. Finally, I would like to thank and recognize General McKenzie and Dr. Eisenberg, who, along with many other staff of our campus, have provided this space and opportunity for all of us to connect beyond the physical boundaries of campus to share our knowledge and expertise to address complex, contemporary, and security challenges. I'm confident that you will learn a lot from our outstanding panelists throughout the day. I also encourage you to take time during the breaks and lunch to engage with each other. Together, we can come up with interesting and innovative ideas and thoughts to address the challenges of future. Thank you again for your participation.
Thank you, Dr. Mohapatra, and welcome to USF and to Tampa. We're looking forward to working with you on many projects in the future. It's time now for our morning keynote speaker, retired United States Marine Corps General Frank McKenzie. His 42-year career in the Marines saw him command at every level of the Corps. His last assignment was commander of the United States Central Command, one of 11 combatant commands in the U.S. military. Central Command is responsible for our forces in the Central Region, which consists of 21 countries in the Middle East, Central, South Asia, and North Africa. He's currently the Executive Director of the Global and National Security Institute, and he's the catalyst for these policy dialogues. He's also the Executive Director of the Florida Center for Cybersecurity, also commonly known as Cyber Florida. He's president of the board of directors of the Institute of Applied Engineering at USF and a distinguished senior fellow on national security at the Middle East Institute. And after his prepared remarks this morning, we are going to have a Q&A session with him. There is a microphone there in the middle aisle, so if you have questions, hopefully you will, you can just form a queue and step up to the microphone and ask. So now I'd like to welcome General Frank McKenzie.
Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day here in Tampa. Glenn, thanks for that introduction. Provost, thank you for your remarks as well. And we're all very excited to have Cindy McCain start us off with her comments, which is very insightful as always. I'm excited about what we've got ahead of us today. I think we've got a great agenda, great panels that we're going to go through over the course of the day. A lot of opportunity to listen to some people who really know in great detail and deep subject matter expertise about some of the vexing problems that we're going to confront. So as Glenn noted, it's really been almost a year. In fact, June 15th, it will have been a year since Rhea Law, the president of our university, announced the formation of the GNSI, the Global and National Security Institute. And it really is an attempt to make a strategic area of focus national security for the University of South Florida. And we have here in the city of Tampa, Central Command, Special Operations Command, and then down the road a couple of hours, Southern Command. So a great opportunity to leverage significant military resources and develop a partnership with the Department of Defense and other parts of the government in this vital sector. So as we do it, we're going to have to negotiate a landscape that's increasingly competitive and crowded, addressing challenges that are actually amplified by advancing technology in an increasingly globalized and networked society. These challenges, we think, require a novel and a multifaceted approach, an approach that brings together assets and resources from every potential source. Well, what does that actually mean? A number of things, but one of the most important things of our intent here at GNSI is to maximize research, federal funding opportunities, academic programs, community partnerships, and to take advantage of USF's emergence as a preeminent research university and the nation's fastest growing university. So I'm going to restate the mission that Glenn gave you just a few minutes ago, but I want to dwell on it and dig into it just a little bit as the foundation for what we're going to do here in just a few minutes. So the mission of this institute is to provide actionable solutions to 21st century challenges. And we want to provide those solutions to decision makers at the local level, the state level, the national level, and in fact, ultimately, the global level as well. And as Glenn noted, we're going to operate at the boundary of policy and technology. And we chose that because boundaries, as you all know, a boundary condition is inherently an inherently unstable condition where things can change very radically, where you have dynamic forces and factors at play. So we think there's great opportunity for us to have a voice in this space. Again, the boundary of policy and technology. So even as we progress and work this boundary, though, we'll never lose sight of our goal to connect academia with government and industry in new, insightful ways. Within GNSI, and remembering that we operate on that boundary, our three strategic areas of focus are science and technology, human dynamics and social behavior, and cybersecurity. We'll use these three areas of focus to position ourselves as not just another think tank. There are a lot of think tanks out there, and many of them are very good and do excellent work. But we want to do something different. We want to provide a clearly different and unique alternative, one that offers practical, actionable solutions, not just ideas, but next steps. Not just here are your weaknesses, but also here's how you can fix those weaknesses. Today's national security environment encompasses whole of society problems such as extremism, chemical and biological weapons threats, climate change, disinformation, transnational crime, and cybercrime. This complex and ever evolving environment is not only serviced by science and technology, but it's also magnified by them. As a result, advances in areas such as artificial intelligence, robotics, extended reality, quantum computing, biometrics, and their interaction with human dynamics and social behavior are going to require national security policymakers to understand human and technological complexities never before considered. You can clearly see the challenges that we face. H.L. Mencken, a writer of the last century, once said that for every complex problem, there's a solution that is neat and clear and wrong. In the age of the 24-hour news cycle, Twitter, and other forms of omnipresent social media, it's often difficult to articulate solutions to complex problems. I do believe, however, that our ability to continue to survive as a species is going to be tied to our ability to do this. It's easy to be pessimistic about what's going on out in the world around us, but we need to resist the urge to either turn aside from problems or to seek the easy solution. In large measure, that's one of the reasons we're gathered here today. In that light, it makes sense for GNSI to think more broadly about global and national security. So that's why you have a Marine four-star general who's intensely interested in food security, because I know from personal experience, and particularly my last 3 years in command of U.S. Central Command, that food security and other allied issues that go beyond the traditional technical considerations of national security are actually hugely interrelated to our ability to deliver not only security for the United States, but security for our allies and partners, and in fact, ultimately, security and stability for the world. I believe it's absolutely necessary for the conversation surrounding the security enterprise to expand beyond the traditional issues that have commonly been associated with it and include an entirely new set of non-traditional challenges, ones that have been too frequently overlooked or simplified. That's really the origin story of these policy dialogues, to think more broadly and deeply about security, what it means. Traditionally, when you think of global and national security, you think of military and intelligence operations, Department of State and Department of Defense challenges, and other government agencies. While that's undoubtedly true, the scope of national security has exploded with 21st century challenges. The issues now include global warming, human rights, global sustainability, water and energy security, disinformation, food security that we're going to talk today, and many others. The Policy Dialogues platform specifically designed to bring attention to these non-traditional issues, to analyze them from the perspective of global and national security and the experts that are gathered in this room, and to form a connection between them. Today is our first policy dialogue. I hope it's the first of many, and we're going to start with the topic of hunger as a weapon. Today is a chance to start asking questions we should have been asking for a long time, and I know many in this audience have been posing these questions for a long time. How does the weaponization of hunger affect global and national security? How do we stop violent extremists from using hunger to recruit and coerce general populations? Can we improve national security by building national food strategies and resilient supply chains? If so, how do we build them? Is it true that the world has enough food, but really we lack the distribution capabilities to put the food in the hands of the world's population? How do we fix that? As has already been said, my career in the Marine Corps was 42 years and change. I graduated from the Citadel in 1979, retired at CENTCOM last year. During those 4+ decades, I traveled the world, seeing everything the world had to offer, the good and the bad. I've met with allies and partners as well as enemies and adversaries in all corners of the world. Of all the violence I've seen, I think the use of hunger as a weapon of policy, outrages me the most. And it's why I feel so strongly that the collective we of the entire world, must do something, anything, everything we can to defend the unprotected peoples of the world. Hunger is often a byproduct of war, whether it be between states or between non-state entities. Conversely, war and conflict are also often a byproduct of food insecurity. They're intertwined. There's a vicious circle. It's actually the very opposite of a virtuous circle. A vicious circle that accelerates these crushing problems. I do believe this: if we can attempt to resolve some of the issues of food security and basic human needs and rights that go along with such efforts, we can take a step forward. a step towards reducing the root causes of many of the conflicts that we confront today. Most recently, in my own personal experience, I've seen the weaponization of food security in Syria as a tool of the Syrian government. There, a vulnerable, displaced population lives at the mercy of the government of Syria, who control and throttle the flow of international aid. I've seen it in Yemen, and also, as already been discussed, in Russia's actions and their unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. And those Russian decisions go well beyond Ukraine and impact vulnerable populations in Lebanon, in Africa, and across the Middle East, and in fact globally. Governments and non-state entities that use these horrific tactics need to be stopped. They need to be called out. Their actions need to be exposed, because in many cases they prefer to operate in the shadows. And we need to intensify the global pushback against the use of such methods. The official rejection of such tactics has been slow to materialize, but it's picked up momentum over the last 5 years or so. In 2018, the United Nations acknowledged weaponization of hunger for the first time ever and unanimously passed a resolution condemning the use of food insecurity and starvation as a tactic of war. Within the last 2 years, both the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate have passed resolutions condemning the use of hunger as a weapon. There's still a long way to go in this fight, but at least we've witnessed what you could charitably call the start. Now we must continue to apply pressure throughout the world. The World Food Programme's latest report, Dangerously Hungry, The Link Between Food Insecurity and Conflict, shows that 70% of the world's hunger is linked to war and conflict. The lead author of that report is here today at the conference, and one of our breakout sessions will be an in-depth analysis of that report. There's also concern closer to home, and this is from another report, from the Military Family Lifestyle Survey here in the United States, conducted by Syracuse University and the Danello Institute for Veterans and Military Families. A statistic that really stops me cold, that 16% of our enlisted families are food insecure. That's simply unacceptable. We have an implicit agreement with the men and women who serve our country, and we're not living up to our end of that agreement. And it greatly weakens our ability as a nation to field a healthy fighting force. Let me just close out by saying, I think it's easy to make the connection between global and national security and the use of hunger as a weapon. With war and conflict the common denominator for the vast majority of the world's hungry people, it stands to reason that reducing hunger will be a pivotal path forward to a safer and more secure world. There are experts in this room today who know this subject in great detail. I look forward to hearing from them on the many issues that confront us regarding food security. I want to thank you all for joining us here today, listening to my remarks this morning. And again, that's why you've got a four-star general up here talking about this, because if we can't solve this problem, there will be more fighting. And we want to prevent that fighting from occurring. We have an opportunity here to talk about it, to gather our thoughts together and advance some ideas on how we might best approach that. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm happy to take some questions for a few minutes. Sure.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. It's 2 years plus since the coup in Myanmar, and the junta continues to block access to food to the civilian population. For agencies such as the World Food Program and others, what are some of the solutions to overcoming those types of obstacles?
You know, the situation's analogous probably to what happened in Syria, where you've got a government that closely controls access to the country. The United Nations is limited to just one path into Syria that's controlled by the government, and that may be actually close to closure right now. I think the only way to do that is you've got to put personal pressure on the leaders of that nation to recognize there are personal consequences when it comes to starving your population. I don't know of any other way to do it, but you know, that's very hard to do. It's easy for me to say it. Now, how are you going to get the United Nations to do something at Security Council when probably vetoes are going to occur at that level? So, and that's why the UN, for example, has such limited effect inside Syria. You can't get a larger resolution because of the patrons of Syria. I think many of those analogies carry over to Myanmar. Look, I would say, like-minded nations, you've got to raise the stakes for those who are making decisions in those countries. That's the best I can do with a solution. It's a very difficult problem.
Thank you.
Sure. Ma'am.
There is a general recognition of the limitations of institutions to handle global trajectories such as those that you have mentioned. And so, but one of the, I was wondering, how would you deploy capital, or how have you thought about the deployment of capital in general in capital markets to the extent that are also now spreading elsewhere beyond the US, right? Global corporations are really the surrogate government agents to a great extent. So have you given any thought how you may deploy capital formation, capital investments and paradigms that have worked to address these global issues?
Great question. I'm not a particular expert on that, but I have had the opportunity to see it operate in my theater a little bit and have some opinions on it, and I'll be happy to share my opinions. There are probably people here who have deeper, more thoughtful ideas about this than me, but if you're going to deploy capital, you've got to make it attractive to capital to deploy. You've got to, it's not going to be completely a game of altruism, so you've got to find mechanisms that will make it positive for those entities that control that money to deploy it in those ways. And that's got to be done, I think, by states. I think they're the only people who can provide capital entities that have vast amounts of capital, the leverage to do that. I wish I had a better answer for you on that one. It is indeed one of the most significant problems that we have right now, and it is very hard to induce organizations to go in there and put that money into these areas that so rightly need it. Thank you for that question. I hope we will explore that in greater detail today. Sir.
Actually, I just have a quick statement. We're going to hear a lot of terms today like food insecurity and hunger. I would just like to encourage all the speakers today to start with the very basics and define terms. For instance, is hunger a subjective, purely defined by subjective opinions of an individual, or does it depend on that individual receiving less than XYZ calories per day, as an example? I think we need to know what we're talking about, and because we're going to toss around a lot of terms. Thank you.
Good point, and I would pass that on to our panelists today as you come out. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I just wanted to ask, or I guess ask for you to share your opinion on the statement that you made about the military families being food insecure. As a nation, we have a lot of food insecurity and a lot of hunger issues, especially within our military families and things like that. How would you say, at maybe the state or the national level, well, not governments, but entities could help combat this? Because we have social security nets that are supposed to be able to help these families, but a lot of times they're overlooked.
Sure. So in the case of military families, that actually, I would say that's a national problem. It needs to be addressed through national means. That's a problem that falls within the lap of the Department of Defense. And that's going to require increasing expenditures. You might have to do something with what you're paying enlisted men and women that are on active duty, and that might be the best solution for that. As for the other discussion about larger inside the United States problems, I'm going to defer that to the panel this afternoon. I'm an expert on a lot of things. I am not an expert on that, and I actually hope to learn something about it this afternoon as we discuss that. I agree with you. It is a significant problem, and we need to look at it. But I think we'll get more from the experts this afternoon than you're going to get from me on that particular issue. Sure, sir.
Good morning, General. A question from your experience. We talk about the scarcity of food and water, but how about the food quality or even the safety of the food? We have seen examples throughout history where the 2008 Sanlu melamine for baby formula was a very prominent example of food being unsafe but distributed internationally. What has been your experience with those other components of what we would call food safety?
Sure. So I'll speak to my direct experience, which is in Central Command, where we work with a variety of NGOs that distributed food to a very, very large displaced person population and also a refugee population. So I'll go back to definitions. I think everybody's aware a displaced person is someone who is homeless but is within the borders of probably the country they started. A refugee, by definition, is someone who has crossed an international border. So that significant difference in international law about what you can and can't do for them. But most of our experience was actually dealing with Syria. And so what we can do, what we could do as the military is sort of we were secondhand with this. You know, you depend on the international organizations for the quality of food. You're right. And so it depends on the quality of that particular organization. It depends on the oversight mechanisms that they have. It also depends on the country of origin, I think, to some degree for the quality of food going forward. What you probably have identified is a need to identify a universal standard for that. There isn't one, but I would say right now our performance is so poor, we're lucky to get the food at all. Actually, at least in my experience in the areas that I've dealt with, that's a good statement of a problem. I don't have a solution to it. Sure. Sir.
Good morning. My name is Chandler Myers. I'm an analyst over at Palace Advisors, a strategic advisory consultancy firm. My question this morning, General, is how did you grow the military's knowledge or your own knowledge and shrink uncertainty related to food insecurity? You mentioned earlier that the military has, works with NGOs. Were there exercises that the military participates in with other external agencies related to food insecurity?
Very insightful question. I would begin by saying, as you come up in ranks as an officer in the U.S. military, you should receive a series of educational opportunities that would give you the venue to engage with people who are not in the U.S. military, USAID, Department of State. Some of these NGO organizations that we've talked about, you're exposed to them in an academic setting where you get an opportunity to work with those people, understand their values, understand their missions. So that's how you sort of build a cognitive base for how you think about these problems. And that's not universal, but it's actually pretty good. Most people who arrive at senior ranks have an understanding of the relationship between military and non-military factors in stability. So then when you go to a headquarters like the one I commanded, a large headquarters like Central Command, you're going to have USAID representatives there. You're going to have people there that specialize in this, and they're your advisors. And so it comes down a little bit, frankly, to the personality of the commander. If the commander is interested in these things, then those things will be emphasized. And if you're the commander of Central Command, you have to be vitally interested in those things. And everybody that preceded me, and I know General Kurilla, who has succeeded me, is keenly interested in it. And so you have to, what you have to do is you've got to be visible as the commander, as the leader, in paying attention to these matters. Because a large staff, a large military organization will do and mimic those things they see the commander do. So it becomes a question of personality, becomes a question of understanding the problem, and then the education continues with those people on your staff that are your immediate subordinates. I felt very strongly about it when I was the Central Command commander. I feel strongly enough about it to host this conference today. So clearly this was something I was interested in. And I go back to the basic premise that the world is too complex, too interrelated, and the challenges we face are too profound to limit ourselves to a narrow range of solutions to those. And in fact, if we can address issues like hunger, we can perhaps obviate the need to wrestle with them kinetically later on down the road. Any other questions? Thanks very much for joining us here today. We're going to take a short break. We're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, but I think we'll reconvene at what time? At 10 o'clock? You want to come up here and do that? I'll let you do that. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, we're off to a great start this morning. Lots of questions, hard answers that we've got our work cut out for us today, and hopefully we'll learn a few more things. So thank you to General McKenzie for sharing your thoughts about GNSI and this crisis that we face in the weaponization of hunger. So we are going to take a short break now. I'd like to suggest to everyone that at some point today, you stop by the registration table again, and we invite you to sign up for the GNSI newsletter. We'd love to help you stay up to date with everything going on with us. We have a lot going on. Plus, if you do sign up today, you'll receive one of our brand new GNSI Challenge coins. We're very proud of that. It was designed by retired Air Force Tech Sergeant Brian Morris, who's part of a terrific Veterans Assistance Program here in Tampa called the Veterans Arts Center of Tampa. Thank you to them, to the Art Center, for helping us create our coin. So that's it. We're on morning break. Please return here by 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to begin the next section of our conference today, and it's our first discussion panel, one I've been really looking forward to. It's called Global Hunger, Generator of Social, Economic, and Political Instability. And leading our first panel today is Dr. Tad Schnaufer. He's a member of our GNSI team, and he earned his PhD in Security Studies from the School of Politics, Security, and International Affairs at the University of Central Florida. Dr. Schnaufer also serves in the Florida Army National Guard. He's been deployed all over the world, including recent posts in Ukraine, Germany, and Poland. I'll turn the discussion over now to Dr. Schnaufer, who will introduce the panel speakers, facilitate the discussion, and lead the Q&A session at the end. And I would just suggest that if you have questions, you can form a small queue behind the microphone, and we'll be happy to take those questions. So, Tad?
Thank you so much for that warm introduction, Glenn, and thank you all for attending today and for our distinguished panelists for traveling and coming in here today to bring their expertise. We have a great panel here that's assembled to discuss global hunger as a generator of social, economic, and political instability. But before introducing the panel, I just want to set the stage a little bit. And some of these comments were made in our keynote remarks, but the relationship between hunger and war has evolved over time, and the tactics that it's been used. So whether that's to starve a city, or large-scale systematic burning and razing of homes and property, destruction of food crops, destruction of markets, even targeted attacks on humanitarian aid workers around the world has taken place and currently still takes place in conflict zones. And this is spreading hunger. All these devastating acts continue this relationship between hunger and conflict. And as General McKenzie said, this relationship is cyclical. Conflict causes food insecurity, and in peacetime, hunger and food insecurity can cause conflict. It's this vicious cycle that we'll discuss in depth today and offer some ways maybe to break it. To put this issue into scale, just this year, the World Food Program estimated that 345 million people live in a food insecure environment. That's up from about 103 million people in 2017. So we're seeing a large growth of food insecurity. And that term, as one person mentioned, we'll have the panelists actually discuss in their opening statements how do we define that term, food insecurity, hunger, and what's the relationship there. And there's several reasons for this massive increase from 2017 up to where we are today, including the notable use of the weaponization of hunger in conflict zones like Ethiopia, South Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, Yemen, and many others. And these conflicts have also drastically impacted our agricultural production as well as access to agricultural production. So even though that farms might not be destroyed or mined or the farmers taken from the land, the products can't get to the people most in need. And obviously we see that with Ukraine with certain blockades. This increase has been noticed. Ambassador Lisa Carty, who's a representative of the U.S. to the Economic and Social Council at the United Nations, she quoted in 2022, I quote, "More and more belligerents are intentionally destroying farms, blocking trade routes with the express purpose of causing people to starve," end quote. And this goes to the point that General McKenzie made about from the World Food Program, that roughly 70% of the people living in hunger around the world are directly in areas affected by war and violence. So there's a relationship here. And it cannot be divorced. A relationship that cannot be divorced between hunger and conflict. And that means that ending hunger has its beginnings in first achieving peace in many areas. With this in mind, the goal of this panel is to address the link between food security and conflict while examining possible policies to help mitigate its impact. To undertake this endeavor, we have an amazing panel with diverse backgrounds to help us tackle this issue and also approach it from different lenses and different backgrounds to provide those policy recommendations, not just from the U.S. perspective, but also the global perspective. Our amazing panelists, their full bios are in the program, but I'll briefly introduce them now. To my left is Dr. Rafael Pérez-Escamilla. Professor of Public Health and Director of the Office of Public Health Practice at Yale University. To his left is Patrick Hamilton, Head of the Regional Delegation for the United States and Canada of the International Committee of the Red Cross. To his left is Dr. Ellen Messer, who's on faculty at the Friedman School of Nutrition, Science, and Policy at Tufts University. Further down, we have Dr. Sellen, who's a Distinguished Professor of Anthropology at the University of Toronto. And finally, we have Dr. Sova, Senior Director of Public Policy and Research at the World Food Program, USA. So with this distinguished panel and the stage set, I'd like to invite each of our panelists to begin with their opening statements, starting with you.
Thank you very much, Tad, for your very kind introduction. It is my great honor to be here today at this very important policy dialogue that addresses one of the most pressing issues for the future of humanity. I will start by stating that all the remarks that I make today are encapsulated through or based on the UN definition of food security. Food security means regular access by all people at all times to enough safe and nutritious food for normal growth and development and an active and healthy life. The definition of food security also calls for everyone being able to access and acquire foods through socially acceptable means, and it also calls for respecting the cultural preferences of diverse populations all over the world. It is very important that the UN recognizes that the 4 key pillars for food security are food availability, food access, food utilization, as well as stability, supply of foods. I have been doing research in maternal and child health and public health nutrition for over 30 years now, and I have been doing work on measuring and understanding the predictors and consequences of household food insecurity for them, as well as populations that are at other stages of the life cycle for about 15 years now. We all know that food insecurity leads to conflict, conflict leads to food insecurity, and this is happening in the context of climate change, which is very, very powerfully impacted by this, or cyclical relationship between food insecurity and conflict. And we know that the more conflict there is, the more we destroy our planet, the less likely we're going to have food security. So we're really going to be discussing today a very strong interrelationship between these two topics, but also taking into account that food security is one of the most powerful social determinants of health, and as such is also very much related to access to healthcare, access to housing, and access to all other basic needs that are covered by the Human Rights Charter of the United Nations. To finalize my initial remarks, I want to say that also we all know that infants, young children, women, and yes, older adults are the first ones to be left behind because they cannot run away from conflict, oftentimes because they have very little political powers, and also because there are enormous gender inequities in the world underlying the issues that we're going to talk about today. So I hope I can represent them well and that we all can think about them as we think about causes, consequences, and solutions of the link between food insecurity, conflict, and vice versa. Over to you, Patrick.
Thanks very much indeed, Dr. Rafael, and huge thanks to you, Tad, and to the organizers as well for inviting me also to this, to participate to this panel in this extremely timely discussion looking at hunger and food insecurity and its link to broader issues of security. It's really indeed a timely conversation and a real privilege to be with you. A couple of words on me. As mentioned, I'm the head of the International Committee of the Red Cross delegation to the US and Canada. I've been with the ICRC since the end of 2001. I've worked in various different places around the world with the ICRC, a number of years in Afghanistan, Somalia, Sri Lanka, Chad, the Horn of Africa, the Geneva headquarters, where I was working with our near Middle East operations over the course of the sort of counter-ISIS campaign, Syria conflict, and so on, before arriving here in the US in mid-2020. So a real privilege to be with you here. What's the ICRC? What do we do? So the International Committee of the Red Cross was established in 1863, commensurate and concurrent with the establishment of the first Geneva Convention. We have a role within the Geneva Conventions, the laws of armed conflict, to protect and assist victims of conflict. And since 1863, we have been working with the community, the international community of states, to indeed hold up that mandate, working to try and indeed protect and assist victims of conflict through the operational responses that we try to launch with our Red Cross Red Crescent movement partners in different places around the world, but also with a legal and policy dialogue with the community of states over the evolution of the law in particular, and the need to evolve the laws of war in view of the practices of warfare and technological developments that we and they see and feel that need integrating into that practice and into that legal context. We are today concentrating significant resources with our partners, in particular in Ukraine, of course, but also in a number of contexts in the African continent, around the Middle East, Syria, Yemen, Iraq in particular, that have been the scenes of such a round of violence over the last couple of decades, but also in places like Haiti, Afghanistan, indeed Myanmar, and other places around the world. So the bulk of our resources go into those places with, at the same time, some diplomatic engagement in a number of the key capitals around the world, such as DC, but also Beijing, Moscow, and so on, indeed complement to that operational effort around the world. As we've heard from Cindy McCain, as with General McKenzie, I mean, I think we've very much aligned over the problem analysis. We have, as an institution, been seeing a sharp escalation in conflict over the last 20 years, more than doubling of the number of conflicts, and then also a fragmentation of the battlefields that we are exposed to, making our operational responses very much more complex. And so the realities that we confront in terms of the conflicts environment are very challenging, and that has obviously been overlapped as well by indeed climate change, as has been mentioned several times, and then the economic impact of the COVID pandemic and now the Ukraine-Russia crisis as well. So happy to explore more of that in detail as we go forward, but now I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Dr. Mehta. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this important panel. I'm an anthropologist by training, anthropology of food and nutrition, and I also work on issues of hunger and human rights and the role of religion in organizing and directing the kinds of responses people have to the specter of hunger among those who are perhaps distant from them in terms of their actual close social connections. So I developed my perspective on what we called food wars at the World Hunger Program at Brown University in the late 80s through the year 2000. And in that program, our major emphasis was on trying to understand how researchers at a university think tank could bring into the world of policy and practice questions and answers that would help respond to the issue of why hunger in a world of plenty. Because, as General McKenzie pointed out, there's more than enough food produced in the world to feed everyone an adequate basic diet. And as he pointed out also, the simple answer is that there are problems of distribution, how to get food to, from places where it's in surplus to places where it is more scarce. But there's also the issue of who controls the food system, what it's produced, and how it's channeled to others. So we developed the concept of food wars to look at one of the principal drivers of hunger, extreme hunger in the world, but also other kinds of hunger, to try to understand how to break the links between conflict and hunger. And we defined hunger as food shortage at the aggregate level, that is food availability, food poverty at the household level, that is food access, what's usually called food insecurity, and food deprivation at the individual level, what is usually called malnutrition, that results both from denial of food and discrimination, but it can also come from various kinds of health insults that make it impossible for individuals to utilize what food is available. And we developed these ideas about the relationship between conflict and hunger, and we were looking at violence, not only of formal wars, but other kinds of violence, structural violence, and violence that followed as a consequence of wars in many different situations. We developed particular country reports and lists of countries and looked at the precipitating causes and the underlying political, geographic, ethnic, and religious divisions that were involved in these cases. We looked at the measurable losses that resulted from the legacy of conflict in particular countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. We looked at the impact of globalization, both the dark side and the bright side of globalization in these countries. And we also looked at the ways in which conflict was a result not only of immediate issues, which might be precipitation of food insecurity as a trigger of conflict, but we also looked at the deeper underlying structural violence, the human rights violations, and deep-seated concerns of unfairness, of sense of deprivation, and what had been summarized by the policymakers as need, greed, and creed as the underliers of conflict. And we can talk about these more in the next section of this panel. But in all of these cases, there was the challenge of trying to integrate conflict sensitivity into the humanitarian and development address and response to food insecurity. And my time is up, but we'll go into that more in our questions and answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I add my thanks to the other speakers. I agree with everything said so far. So most of us are a bunch of scientists, and the first thing I want to say is we know how to measure hunger. We know a lot about food and hunger, food insecurity. You can measure it in many, many ways, and they are very powerfully used around the world in deciding how resources get allocated under constraints, particularly in humanitarian situations, in social safety nets, and so on. So don't think that there's no reality to this concept. People don't know how to measure it, and it's a fluffy idea that's not used in the world. It drives millions of dollars of investments in key ways. I'm departing from my prepared notes to respond to two things in the opening here from General McKenzie's comments and some of the questions, to just think about hunger and how it works in relation to conflict. So first of all, food insecurity is two things for individuals. It's an experience. It's quite the experience. Many of you may have experienced food insecurity in college in different ways or transiently, but you feel it, you experience it, you have behavioral responses, and it drives your actions. That's important. It also has bodily effects. It erodes lifelong health. That's how we often think of food insecurity. If the earlier it happens, the more harmful it is. That's important. Those are the scientific facts. There's volumes of detail under those two statements. The other things about food insecurity is three things. Defining hunger is, in fact, a political act. You can decide to use these measures, these indicators of change, or you can decide not to. You can ignore them. Rather like, if you don't have data on something, you don't have a problem. Yeah? That's how hunger is often used in the wider way. It's also, defining hunger is a strategic act. You can create cutoffs or benchmarks. This is some of the stuff we're involved in scientists. You could say it's rather like income, right? Who's poor, right? Your cutoff will define how many. Same with hunger. So there are very many ways that we can play with the statistics, right? That's important. It's strategic. And the last thing I want to say is that We have today a whole session on conflict, hunger. There's lots of things I was going to say, but the three things I really was thinking about in response to the opening, which is that hunger is a violent act. Ignoring hunger is a violent act. And we can think about the causes of hunger. We often talk about crops, we talk about economies, we talk about conflict. But one of the drivers of hunger is ignoring it, not measuring it, right? That is actually a cause of hunger because it stymies action, right? And that's important when we think of the strategic and political aspects. In a conflict context, this is the last thing I want to say with my 3 minutes, I think we're all aware that causing hunger is a type of war tactic, yeah? Using hunger to coerce people, maybe offer them weapons, is also an act of war, right? So you can use hunger in these ways. And those are the comments I want to end on. In the discussion, I have some more thoughts around the relationships with knowledge and information. We think about knowledge as the key resource that drives pretty much everything. Food and knowledge actually work very, very similarly, I would like to suggest, in how they travel through the world and their social lives, and that could help us think through these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Chase Sova. I'm the Senior Director of Public Policy and Research at the World Food Program USA. Tad, I'm going to try to give you back a couple minutes here. I have the benefit of having a session in the afternoon on a new report that we produced at the World Food Program USA called Dangerously Hungry, the link between food insecurity and conflict. In that report, we look at the academic literature very deeply on the ways that food insecurity is driving conflict. We'll talk a little bit about some drivers of that food-related instability. We'll talk a little bit about some of the individual motivators that compel someone to choose violence over peace. I do think it's worth mentioning, so two things really quickly. General McKenzie, it warms my heart to see former military and active military talking about non-traditional security threats like this. We've been knocking on this door, I think, for many, many years. This is one of the first times, a good example, I think, of that becoming reality. Conversations like this one are really important. He may be a minority among active or retired military who have this belief, but we need to continue to foster that. The other thing is that this is the 5-year anniversary of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2417 that General McKenzie mentioned in his opening remarks. Right now, there are debates happening in New York around protection of civilians in conflict, and we have to spend a little bit more time, I think, thinking about international humanitarian law, international human rights law, and really trying to implement Security Council Resolution 2417. So those are conversations. There'll be a couple conversations happening tomorrow in particular that I encourage you all to tune into on the UN's website that are going to really talk about the fundamentals of 2417. So I'll leave it there and we'll jump into the moderated session.
Thank you all for your initial comments. That's excellent. And it is something to note that the view on hunger as a weapon has changed over time. It was actually doctrine in many militaries, even in the 1800s, to use hunger as a weapon. It was part of their doctrine of how they took a city, how they took a fort, how they affected the battlescape. So this change with the Geneva Conventions and through the 1900s has really just been a recent phenomenon where you see this large global take that hunger as a weapon is not acceptable. For any reason. So the first question I'll propose to the panel today is how does hunger or food insecurity affect economic development and political stability across the globe? We start with Brett.
Yes, so there is very strong and consistent evidence from all over the world that food insecurity has a very powerful negative impact in both the physical health and the mental health of people. Food insecurity is an incredible psychosocial, psycho-emotional stressor. It is incredibly painful for families to have to undergo the shame and really the pain of this condition. We know that with food insecurity and its most extreme form, which is hunger, human beings cannot develop to their full potential. We know that human capital is the engine of social capital, and we know that social capital is the engine for national development. So the worst human development becomes, the worst social capital becomes, the worst national development becomes, the stronger the inequities, the largest increase in the risk for conflict happens. And then you can go back in the opposite direction and understand how conflict ends up as well leading to food insecurity, because you are wiping out access that people should have to food and other social determinants of health. Hunger and food insecurity, as Dr. Sellen mentioned, is extremely political. It's an easy way for someone who doesn't like a leader or a leader who doesn't like a regional governor or whatnot to politically destabilize the region, the communities very, very rapidly, because it is such a critical social determinant of health. So all these factors, the hunger, the food insecurity, the political instability, the poverty, the increase in health inequities, in gender inequities, come together as a perfect storm to really lead the conditions for protracted conflict situations, as it is now happening in many parts of the world. And I want to end by saying that no matter how we look at it, climate change, food insecurity, conflict, women, infants, and young children are disproportionately affected by it, no matter where it's happening and no matter how we measure it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, very much building on those comments and perhaps on the ones that I made at the top as well. I think what we see is very much what you describe. In terms of the conflict environment of the last 20 years, as I say, we have been documenting the fact that there has been this rise from around about 30 conflicts taking place back in 2001 to today, well over 70 conflicts going on around the world. And within those conflicts, most of them have been state versus non-state actors, and really pretty complex environments in which you have numerous actors in states, other states, multiple non-state armed groups taking part, and so very fragmented, complex realities. And that clearly contributing to a very complex environment for us to try to operate in. So we every year look to try and total up how many non-state armed groups there are that we deem to be sort of relevance to the context in which we work. And in 2022 we totaled up some 524 different non-state armed groups relevant on the battlefields in which we are operating. So it's a very complex reality out there, and very complex, not least for the populations that are then living in those areas or in areas that are contested between those non-state actors and each other and the states in which these conflicts are taking place. And we estimated with that work that some 64 million people are living in territories that are wholly controlled by non-state armed groups. And over 100 million people, 110 million people that are living in areas that are contested by non-state armed groups and states. So, and of course, these communities generally tend to be ones that are therefore falling yet further outside of existing governmental services, governmental capacity to provide services, needless to say, in those areas. So building on the point about the fact that there is this real problem of marginalization going on, which overlaps clearly with this issue of hunger and food insecurity, we see this rising conflict, we see this complexity to the conflicts that we are exposed to and these populations are exposed to, and of course all of this is reinforcing what have been existing concerns around populations that have been marginalized and that feel marginalized and that are simply being yet more marginalized as a result of the conflict dynamics that we're seeing. In terms of then that marginalization, as you say, it's very much a question of looking at those vulnerable populations, women, children, the elderly, the disabled, those that have already displaced either within their country or across multiple countries and are on the move, but also detainees and people in prisons, which are always the last thing that anybody spends any money on. And just as an anecdote, in just about every operation that I've been associated with the ICRC down the years, we have ended up doing supplementary feeding in one or another prison down the years because of issues of malnutrition in certain places of detention. So it tends to be the places and the people that are really on the edge of the radar or off the radar that are the ones that are most exposed to the dynamics that we're talking about. And indeed, what we see as well, as you say, is that these communities and these populations in Africa, in the Middle East, in Central and Latin America also tend to be the ones that are most exposed to the changing climate. And all of this is very much interlinking to create more displacement, to create indeed more complex needs, both related to food, water, health, access, and it is really multi-causal in terms of its dynamics. So a very complex picture out there, certainly. Over to you, Dr. Messer.
Okay, thank you. Many of the points I would have raised have been raised already, so let me just focus on a few that really point to my general theme, which is that it's very important for all humanitarian and development aid to be conflict sensitive. And the first is we realized at Brown that the way we were going to get the attention of policymakers was to point out that food insecurity was related to conflict, and that also places that had a legacy of conflict, which included many of the countries affected by extreme food insecurity in sub-Saharan Africa, were places that were underproductive in terms of agriculture, in terms of food production, and increases in food production. So we produced a model and a report that showed exactly what these increases in, or decreases in food production and increases and decreases in increase in food production were in these particular conflict-affected countries in contrast to peaceful countries. And we entitled this report, subtitled it, Food from Peace, to emphasize how important it was that that the conflict legacy should be addressed and that all development projects, all economic development concerns should really address conflict legacies in particular places. The second point is that most of the countries affected in the Arab Spring were countries where populations rose up in revolt against perceived unfairness, structural violence, human rights violations, but the trigger issue was usually food insecurity or expectation of food insecurity. And I think that probably the Middle East is the world where it gives us our most poignant examples of those issues. My third point concerns livelihood security as a way in which policymakers have been trying to address these linkages between food insecurity and economic development and political stability. And that is that it's long been recognized by policymakers that it's very, very important that livelihoods be protected, because livelihoods are the way in which people maintain or gain food security. And there is a very valiant effort to try to make sure that all humanitarian aid is looking forward to that livelihood security as part of the resilience of the activities, and that there are direct linkages to development aid that are supposed to also be increasing food security and contributing to livelihoods. The problem is, and we see this I think most dramatically right now in South Sudan, is that even though these resources are directed toward food security, in fact to produce political stability and economic development, bad actors can essentially undo all of the possible gains, and it's a very discouraging situation. But I guess the encouraging point is that at least these linkages are being observed and addressed very carefully by those who are involved in trying to break down the silos between humanitarian aid and development aid to try to make those more integral.
Thank you. Yeah, if we look historically, food insecurity has generally been going down for many decades, and there's a lot of good news stories which are important to tell in the context of, the sky is falling and the world is going to hell in a handbasket type of narrative. So we know how to address food insecurity, right? We know how to prevent food insecurity and hunger. That's very important. I'm struck at, some of us here are anthropologists. One of the things you do is look at different cultures across time, different human systems, and you can apply a lens where most of them are to do with managing food insecurity, managing food insecurity. I spent 2.5 years with nomads in the drylands of Tanzania when I was a young whippersnapper, and I was looking at babies and women and food, but what I was also observing was a system of knowledge management, of resource management, of logistics, where water resources and forage, which didn't move around, were played by other resources, human labor and livestock, which were moved around. There was defense required for your livestock. There was raiding sometimes of others. There was basically management of conflict going on, layered over the management of resources. And essentially, this was one of the original stock markets. We can learn a lot from how humans have managed hunger. It's not that we don't know how, and it's not that we haven't had thousands of years of practice. I think that's very important. Our modern world looks very, very different in many ways. Superficially, we have huge population sizes, and now we tend to be driven by knowledge-driven decision-making and power. We have technology. One of the things that struck me in the early opening was the question about the relationship between what we know and what happens with food. And I think there's a real set of analogies between food and knowledge. Let's come at this with a question for you. What is the root cause of ignorance under education? Not knowing stuff, not having agency. It's a lack of information, right? You might say, well, education, various things, but essentially it's something turned off the information spigot, right? Same with food. The cause of hunger is really control of that resource. And now there's links between information management and food management. And I think in conflicts, this becomes really critical. The people who can drive conflicts usually have a form of power over relations which are knowledge-driven, technology-driven. And it was interesting to hear our introducer, the four-star general with experience in central command of the drylands of the planet, where you see a lot of resource issues really playing out acutely in ways that are creating instability. So my answer to the question about the relationship between food insecurity and political and economic development is really one about the deeper question of the relationship between knowledge and information and how it's often very powerful in preventing hunger. The nations that have the best cyber power, the best technologies, the best industries, tend to be less food insecure, total population size, and the other opposite applies. But within those rich societies, and we're sitting in one now, I come from another one just north Canada, we have pockets of deep food insecurity, which is, as I mentioned earlier, partly driven by a lack of awareness or information by decision makers of what the effects of that food insecurity is having in terms of undermining human capacity, as Professor Escamilla has mentioned, and the effects on people's capacity to drive an economy. So even where we have richness, high capital investment and information, we still have pockets where people are least educated, they are also most hungry, they're less able to have a voice. These things travel together, and that's the point I want to make here. Thank you.
Well, not even sure which direction I want to take this now, having listened to the rest of the panel. One thing I'll say about the relationship between food insecurity and conflict is that the one thing we know for sure is that the single strongest driver or indicator of the likelihood of conflict is a history of it. So I think Dr. Messer's point is well taken. We need to be looking at food insecurity in the broader context. Food insecurity alone is very unlikely to produce instability and conflict. It has to be met with the right context. It has to be met with the right individual motivations for someone to choose violence over peace. And so not all hungry people are violent, and not all violent people are hungry. That's an important point that we want to make at the start of any conversation on food-related instability. I do want to just backtrack a little bit. I work for the World Food Program USA. World Food Program is the leading humanitarian agency fighting hunger around the world. It is a massive organization, right? We're 25,000 staff strong, 5,000 trucks, a couple hundred ships, those sorts of things, and planes. So we're in the business of moving food from where it is to where it needs to be. That job has changed a lot in the last 5 and 10 years. Not only is the problem of hunger bigger, we're talking about these 345 million facing acute hunger. These are people who are facing hunger from shock events in their life. They don't know where their next meal is going to come from. And that's distinct from the bigger number, the 828 million people suffering from chronic hunger, the sort of systemic hunger that comes from poverty and inequality and marginalization and those sorts of factors. So we have this big number, so we're responding to that and having to put more resources towards the problem because it's growing, but those contexts are also changing. Humanitarian organizations are working not in sprints but in marathons now, right? In Syria, we've been in that setting for 12 years. Yemen, same situation since 2014. South Sudan, we're talking at least since 2013, if not conflict before then. So the humanitarian context has changed pretty dramatically in terms of how long we're in a particular country. Beyond that, the nature of conflict has fundamentally changed. We're talking a lot today about non-state actors, and that's true. Conflict is up, but it also is a different type of conflict. The institutions that we set up after the Second World War are really designed to mitigate conflict between countries. And there's very few resources and tools that we have to deal with conflict as it exists inside of countries. And that is the modern challenge for organizations like the World Food Program and others. It means that when we have breakthroughs, ceasefires, humanitarian corridors, etc., we still have a lot more work to do to get food to hungry people in those settings. You still have to negotiate, sometimes with hundreds, if not thousands, of individual actors, many who may not agree with those broader rulings and those decisions that have been made. So the question of negotiating access to hungry populations has become quite complicated. And then beyond that, we also have this question of the longer that you are in a country, if you're in a country for 20, 30, 40 years, humanitarian organizations operate on the principles of neutrality and impartiality and really trying to be unbiased actors responding to food insecurity wherever it might be, and no matter who is in charge. That becomes very, very difficult the longer you're in a country, right? You have individual relationships. You're making decisions about who to feed where that are inherently politically charged. And so the longer we are involved in these crises, the principles that underlie the humanitarian system become challenged. Impartiality, neutrality, etc. And it means that humanitarian workers are increasingly targeted by belligerents in conflict. We just saw a couple weeks ago here 3 World Food Program staff killed in Sudan in the outbreak of violence there. It has become an all too uncommon occurrence to be talking about the death and targeting of humanitarian workers. Right, so this is just another dynamic. I just wanted to give you a little sense of the humanitarian landscape from the World Food Program's perspective.
Right, and for the sake of time, I'll kind of combine our last 2 questions, and please answer as you'd like. But how have we seen hunger used as a weapon, and has that changed over time? And additionally, how have countries, and with the support of NGOs, how have they worked to increase food security, whether domestically or externally, with the use of such things as biotechnology, increased food production, and infrastructure development? And we'll start here with Dr. Escamilla.
Yeah, so the way I see it is that we have 2 big aspects to think about. One is how to address a humanitarian emergency, in this case based on conflict, during the acute phase, when all hell breaks loose, and actually we need to get everybody that we can out of that epicenter, because honestly, I think there is very little that can be done in that epicenter while it is happening. Then we can move into the IDP, internally displaced people stage, to try to get to the people who are somehow displaced, but maybe at a safer place, to try to address the best we can the food security, the nutrition security needs that we have. IDPs may end up crossing an international border and becoming refugees. Still refugee camps, but with more stability, with more infrastructure, and eventually, as it happens in Lebanon, they can be integrated into neighborhoods in Beirut or in other locations in the world. And at each stage, there are solutions that we know, how they can work. I think except the epicenter where, in my humble opinion, we need to get people out of there, including women, children, the older adults, and so on, the disabled people, as soon as possible. But then the question becomes, and what happens when the humanitarian emergency is over and the rest of the world forgets that there is a humanitarian emergency? What are the plans in place for development at that point? Which is a very complex question that other members in the panel know much more than I do about. But the second big aspect that I want us to think about is that in the long term, food insecurity and hunger represent a very powerful social determinant of health that is caused, the root cause is enormous, huge, within and across countries inequities in the concentration of power and wealth. And the only way we can address this in the long term is by changing the systems, by changing the governance structures that have led to these enormous inequities. A very quick case in point that I want to make, I work for the President Lula's team in Brazil during his first 2 terms that started in 2003. During that period of time, we were able to validate, introduce a metric that is called the Escala Brasileira de Insegurança Alimentar, or the Brazilian Household Food Insecurity Scale, for the government to document how, through improved, equitable social policies that include the redistribution of wealth, of the enormous economic growth that the country was experiencing, accompanied by a major reduction in unemployment and tripling the minimum wage, ended up leading to enormous reductions in food insecurity in the country and hunger in the country. And where it had the strongest impact was in the north and northeast of Brazil, which are the poorest regions of the country. And to complete this story, Brazil was able to reduce stunting among children below 10%. And the differences between the lowest, the kids living in the lowest poverty, in the lowest wealth quintile compared to the highest wealth quintile disappeared. At the same time that in Guatemala, less than 10% of kids in the wealthiest groups were stunted, and 50% of the kids in the poorest, wealth groups, in the lowest quintiles for wealth, were stunted. So we have an empirical demonstration in a country as powerful and big as Brazil that it can be done. We can bring stability if we invest in the right social policies, economic policies, healthcare policies, security policies, and so on. And to finalize, I want to say that under the presidency of Jair Bolsonaro, we kept track of these metrics. And we showed how in 3 years, he wiped out all the gains that had happened during a 10-year period under the previous administration of President Lula. So the key message I want to leave you with, we cannot ever say that the work has been accomplished. This can change extremely rapidly when a leader uses food insecurity as a political weapon, which I totally agree is being used as a weapon of war, even though there were no actual weapons of war involved while doing it. But psychologically for people, the goal that the leader had in that instance is no different from actually using tanks and grenades and automatic weapons to prevent people from accessing food. So thank you.
Thanks very much. I think in answer to the first part of your question, I don't think I would be able to offer up an answer as to whether we see statistically more use of hunger as a weapon, over the last 20 years relative to the 20 years before that. Probably some of the other panelists would be able to talk to that in more detail, but do we see food and access to other essential resources for the population leveraged constantly on the battlefields in which we operate? Absolutely, it's extremely commonplace. And beyond that, then, and that takes also all sorts of forms, whether it's direct kinetic targeting of objects or simply obstructing civilian access to those to food or medical care or to water, whether it be obstructing humanitarian access to be able to bring food or other resources into populations, whether it's blockades, whether it's sanctions, and so on and so forth. All of these things we see all the time, every day, in all sorts of contexts around the world in which we try to operate. So definitely a very commonplace issue, and that with the escalation in conflict that I just talked to earlier on means that more people are clearly affected by that practice. A second point I would make is that I think with that what we see is that the law itself, as we've heard, the Geneva Conventions and then more recently this UN resolution, are very clear, and for all that the law is often held up as sort of being inadequate and out of date and so on. I think if you look at the details of the law, it's not. The legal frameworks are all there. The question is the compliance and the respect for those legal frameworks and trying to ensure that the people that are out there actually involved in these conflicts know what they should be doing and then implement it. So, I think given that problem analysis in the first place, our recommendation would be that, first of all, the international community writ large needs to recommit to actually working towards trying to establish meaningful peace agreements in ways that have obviously been confounding it for the last 20 years, if not longer. But I think it's very easy to be fatalist about the difficulties and the challenges of trying to arrive at that. But I think it's really important, nonetheless, that the international community doesn't simply accept that it's impossible and really works to trying to find solutions where it is indeed possible. Because indeed, if war is the problem, then peace is the part of the solution. In the absence of that, and in the meantime, it won't surprise you to hear that we would be very much proponents of trying to reinforce compliance with respect for understanding and awareness of the responsibilities around the Geneva Conventions and the responsibilities that come with, indeed, the normative frameworks in conflict and the UN resolution and so on. We, as international humanitarian actors, do what we can to work with states and non-state actors and others around that education, around trying to make these parties to conflicts aware of their obligations and to raise behavioral problem sets with them and try to responsibilize them. But at the end of the day, the law belongs to the states, belongs to the community of states, the international community. And I think that our president, Mirjana Spoljaric, has been talking a lot recently to the need for states to reprioritize international humanitarian law, laws of armed conflict, and to really take greater responsibility for ensuring the respect for the laws of armed conflict, both notionally, but also in deep detail, working. And there, I think, it's important that the US and its other partners work with their allies and partners in some of these contexts to try and get across to those that are actually doing the fighting and taking the decisions over these conflicts to try to ensure that people are indeed protected and assisted in these battlefields. A couple of last points. Indeed, the protracted nature, we've been present in the sort of top 10 to 15 of our operational contexts for an average of 37 years. We see constantly these sort of waves and troughs of conflict going on, and indeed a sort of myopia around particular contexts that are of important sort of importance internationally for a moment or for some years, whilst a number of other contexts, to name a few, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, and a number of others go largely neglected and out of the international spotlight, and are obviously difficult, therefore, to raise resources for, and yet are as subject to these problems for the population as anywhere else. So this problem of marginalization is a broad one, and just is indeed this issue of sort of emergency focus, and then the need to try and help these populations to stand on their own feet again. And there we are indeed trying to work with a number of the different international financial institutions to try to figure out how we can better complement each other in terms of that emergency through to development response to try and conquer this or do better in terms of these protracted issues. So in short, yeah, quickly, recommendations, refocus on trying to achieve peace where possible, reinforcing the laws of armed conflict, and then trying to figure out indeed amongst us how we can build multi-stakeholder solutions to trying to address the very complex issues of disruption to food supply, food delivery, and food access in these different areas. Over.
Thank you.
Dr. Messer.
Okay, so we've been hearing a lot about the legal frameworks and these increasingly precise legal frameworks condemning the use of starvation as a weapon, also affirming humanitarian principles, including rights and responsibilities to protect and to enter zones where people are in starvation conditions, and also the ways in which humanitarian aid is supposed to be even-handed in terms of making sure that political considerations do not affect who is fed on both sides of a conflict. And what we also see, particularly in these very severe violations of the right to food and in the severe violations of the use of starvation as a weapon, what we see are a tendency to be a little bit cynical about these legal frameworks. But I simply want to emphasize that having these reference points is extremely important, and it's very important for people who are trying to organize to have these reference points for their political advocacy for their basic human right to food. I simply want to emphasize that point on the legal perspective and how it relates to the politics and to the cultures of the people who are going after these basic rights and considerations for their human dignity. My second very brief point concerns the way in which various humanitarian and development organizations, principally non-government organizations, but also in some cases official agencies, are trying to move more of the action to decentralized and local contexts, where people will be participating very actively in both responding to disasters and also into building capacities and resilience. And we can go into greater detail in the Q&A on what some of these activities are, but it's very important to realize that these frameworks of livelihood security, frameworks of rights-based development that begin with people asserting their rights at the local level are underway. And they do affect products that we in developed countries, in the US, are accessing on a regular basis. That includes fair trade, no slave labor, coffee, tea, cocoa, other products. And these are ways in which the general consumer that's not involved at these high policy levels can be aware and to be thinking about how their actions might be able to affect the well-being of people who are under tremendous stress in these developing country situations where hunger is being used as a weapon of war or where people are addressing the legacy of conflict. So these are my points. We could talk about these issues in terms of Côte d'Ivoire, where there has been an attempt to restore production of coffee and cocoa in ways that enable people also, local people, to protect the environment. We read a lot about the environmental disasters and the reduction of forest cover as the coffee growers and the cocoa growers enter into tropical forests, but there are examples which have to be very carefully examined to see what aspects are replicable from one place to the next. Countries that are very conflict prone, including Colombia, which is technically post-conflict, but it's not, as many of these countries are not really post-conflict. The peace agreements may have been signed, but insecurity reigns rampant, and it's usually men, sometimes also women in arms, who are in fact controlling the production and flow of goods, and I look mainly at agricultural goods, high-value products. Uganda, another country where there are attempts to try to bring local projects that will be able to truly make people participants in their future and maybe a protection against future instability. So I want us to be thinking about not only the limits of some of these local examples that are sometimes overrun by forces beyond their control, but also the people potential for participating in development.
Thank you.
Thanks. So the question's about the weaponizing of hunger since World War I, and I see three global trends, three types of weaponization. Let's just take a moment. World War I marks the peak of the colonial period. It's also the peak of the modern industrialized food system with crops moved from places of origin, highly bred, highly industrialized forms of production, all of the history that goes with that. And since then, we really have been moving into the post-colonial period. In the post-colonial period, I think history will look back on key features. It's a decades-long period of readjustment in the causes and distribution of hunger. That's what we're living in right now, in my view. It's accompanied by climate change, climate breakdown perhaps, and massive technological shifts in knowledge creation, ownership, and manipulation. So it's a geopolitical process. We have been hearing a lot from our colleagues about important factors. Basically, hunger has become much more concentrated and sporadic over that period, and used in specific conflict situations. And there are two systems that act as giant shock absorbers in containing the effects of hunger to initiate further conflict. One is the legal system, the political system, the rights-based system, and the other is the humanitarian and charitable system. These act as kind of buffers on the wider impacts of food insecurity and the weaponization of hunger. So I mentioned those before I defined the three areas. So there are three ways. One is one that's familiar to everyone. Conflict drives food insecurity where it happens. Everyone understands how violence leads to breakdown and exploitation of food production, distribution, displacement of farmers, traders, breakdown of efficient economic and financial mechanisms. That's trivial, and most traditional wars are marked by this. We've seen this resurge with the Russia-Ukraine situation. We've seen it over many decades with the so-called civil wars in Sudan, Somalia, and Myanmar, mentioned earlier. But I also want to highlight the resource wars. Ellen just mentioned Colombia, where cartels and gangs that are focused on displacement of agricultural production for drug production, or in extraction-funded armies of Central and West Africa. These are areas where the conflicts drive food insecurity, but the conflicts are driven by a shift to other kinds of resource black market profiteering. So that's important. We need to expand that conflict definition. So conflict drives food insecurity. We also know that food insecurity drives conflict. So if you want to cause conflict, you can pull the levers that lead to food insecurity. And that's relatively easier to do among poorer communities, small-scale farmers, agriculturalists, people who have lost customary access to land ownership, forests, waters, livestock, and inputs. So the conditions can be manipulated economically and politically to create livelihood breakdown, expropriate livelihoods, and create conflict. So I think this is an important reverse relationship. The third one I want to talk about is that conflict exports food insecurity far beyond the conflict zones. That may be an idea that's less clear, but secondary food insecurity among refugees, internally displaced persons, as we've already heard a lot about, and economic migrants, damage to food production and trade and export are actually massive secondary factors playing out in our world. So the migrant crises of Europe and North America are in fact exported effects of conflicts that create food insecurity, economic insecurity, also a need for skills and education. And those are having huge geopolitical ripple effects. So that, I think, is the third way that food insecurity is being weaponized. And we now see a lot of political response to try to manage the global migrant and refugee situation. There are many political divides on how to do that, how much attention to give it, whether to ignore it, and so on. But I think that it might be helpful for us to map that back to conflict. It's another aspect of the weaponization idea. So with that, I will pass on. Thank you.
Well, let me take my WPUSA hat off because I want to say something that's maybe a little more controversial. I think not all suffering in wartime is criminal under international humanitarian law or international law, right? That's just the basic outcome of war. Human suffering is a natural outcome of that. The question that we have about international humanitarian law and whether these successes that we've had through 2417 or the resolutions that were passed in the House and the Senate here in the United States condemning the use of food as a weapon of war or resurgence of interest in international humanitarian law, the reason we're having trouble landing those is because the implementation is very, very challenging. I mean, if you look at the question of Russia and Ukraine right now, is Russia's targeting of agricultural goods, products, means of production, is it indiscriminate or is it targeted? If it's indiscriminate, it probably is violating some sort of proportionality norm that we have in warfare. If it's targeted, it is probably very much a breach of international humanitarian law. There are so many spaces where the question of litigating starvation crimes becomes very, very messy and very, very difficult. You look at the situation in Ethiopia, for example, over the last, just the past year, it's made headlines. That is a question of denial, clear question of denial of humanitarian access. And yet, who is responsible for that? Is it an individual? Is it the government? Is it, some other entity? Is it a non-state actor group? And if domestic courts in those countries aren't willing to take action on that, is the International Criminal Court able to do that, and under what pretense? So there's just so many questions about implementation, which is why I'm encouraging everyone to be looking at debates happening at the UN over the next couple days on the implementation of 2417, because I think that's where the rubber meets the road and where our work needs to really continue.
Thank you all for amazing comments. And now we'll open up to questions from the audience. So if you have a question, just please come to the mic in the center of the room. And please keep your questions to about a minute in length.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the comments. I don't want to be greedy with the microphone. I jotted down 4 questions. Perhaps I'll just offer 2. From where does most of the food aid come from in the world? For instance, is it 90% from the United States or 10% from the United States and the other 90% from other countries? And I had a question about stunted kids. Do all stunted kids grow up to be stunted adults? And if so, or if a large percent do become stunted adults, has anyone studied what effect this has on the GDP of a country? I would think it would be profound. And I'll hold the last two questions for
Sure,
later.
thank you. And, oh yeah, we'll open both those questions up to the panel. So Dr. Sellen, please.
That last question, absolutely. There's groups at Emory and Cornell who've worked with a lot of big data sets from different countries showing that basically if you're stunted in utero or in the preschool period, your lifetime earnings and your educational achievement are on average significantly statistically lower than kids who were better fed in the same generation, in the same context, country context. So the wealth of nations, per Adam Smith, literally is built or destroyed by decent nutrition early in life. We have very strong data showing that undernutrition early in life weakens every step on the chain to human well-being. And so it has clear effects on weakening earnings and lifetime economic well-being.
Dr. Sova?
Yeah, let me answer the question about where humanitarian assistance comes from. When you look at the World Food Program, which is the largest implementing organization for international food assistance specifically, this is an organization with a budget of about $25 billion, trying to reach 162 million people around the world in over 100 countries. That budget is almost never achieved. Donors, of course, come to the table every year and voluntarily fund the World Food Program, but last year we were funded at about $14 billion, of which about $7.5 billion came from the United States. So in financial terms, the United States is responsible for approximately 50% of all support for international food assistance. Now, the form varies quite substantially. The U.S. provides about 1 million metric tons of commodities every year for use in food aid programs, that is distributing commodities and in-kind support. But also a huge amount of assistance comes today in the form of cash-based assistance. So this isn't moving grain from place to place, it's providing people with debit cards, it's providing them with vouchers so that they can shop in local markets where those markets are functioning. So if you are an American, you can be pretty proud of the way that the United States has stepped up over and over again for support for international food assistance. You should be worried, though, that we're looking at a year of incredible financial and fiscal austerity coming up. We can't agree on a debt ceiling, let alone robust and increasing funding for international food assistance accounts. So keep your eye on that.
Dr. Prasant?
Yes. So in terms of the stunting question, it is extremely difficult to reverse it after 2-3 years of life. That's why food security during the first 1,000 days of life and a little bit beyond is so crucially important. Gestation, the early childhood period. I also, to make this a little bit more nuanced, stunting leads to metabolic alterations that also increase the risk of development obesity and non-communicable diseases such as type 2 diabetes later on in life. So it is quite a nasty condition for human beings to be suffering it. And in terms of the food aid, I totally understand the argument about being proud that the US contributes so much, but I think we should all look ourselves at the mirror and also understand that many of those conflicts are driven by the legacy of colonialism and the neocolonialism that led in the past the US to intentionally destabilize many countries in the world, and including the use of food as a weapon of war. So it's important to put in perspective that there needs to be proportionality in terms of who needs to bear the cost now, based also in terms of what led to these conflicts to erupt the way they did to begin with.
Thank you. Yeah. Pat?
Maybe just very quickly, so the ICRC has a slightly different funding arrangement, not being part of the UN system, and we have a significantly smaller budget than WFP, it must be said, around about $2 billion, 25% of which has historically come from the US government. We have not wanted to exceed that because we don't want to indeed have a funding arrangement with any government that would detract from the intention to be indeed impartial, neutral, and independent. And so we get our resources from a spectrum of different, in particular, state parties to the Geneva Convention, conventions, and then multilateral institutions like the EU. But just to double down on what Dr. Sova was saying, we're also seeing very much a cliff that, in a way, we're falling off at the moment across the humanitarian sector, with donors across the board clearly facing huge financial issues themselves, and so humanitarian funding at the moment this year is clearly falling very substantially.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Messer, anything on this?
I think we should go on to the next question.
Sure. We'll take the next two questions.
Thank you. My name is Mike Parrott with the Joint Special Operations University. The question I have revolves around the National Defense Strategies 2022, highlighting PRC as a pacing challenge for the U.S. As we look, we've talked heavily about non-state actors' use of hunger and food security as a weapon. However, can the panel address how state actors, predominantly PRC, are using food as a potential, or economic investment as a potential mechanism to create food insecurity? Specifically, the Associated Press highlighted that China's calling in a number of debt from Pakistan to Kenya, and how that is going to cause food insecurity within those nations because they don't have the GDP to pay for that debt.
Thank you. And we'll take the next question as well.
Panel, thank you. Just as this is going to address to question number 2, just looking at some of the bigger examples during the Ukrainian Holodomor, the China Great Leap Forward, the transition of power from Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-il, the North Korean starvation. I mean, it almost looks like post-conflict consolidations of power can be, if not more deadly, as deadly as some of the many things that we see now. So can you all talk to what have some of your studies looked at in terms of post-conflict consolidations of power and the use of food insecurity as a weapon? Thank you.
Okay, so we have those two questions related to state actors using hunger as a weapon and spreading food insecurity for their own means. So I'll turn it to the panel.
Well, there was also the opening question there on China, and I'll try to address a few of those issues. Not the way in which China has been using debt, because there are others who can talk on that much more than I can. That's not one of my fields of research. But what China is doing is they're trying to build alliances by becoming a market for food products that are produced in developing countries, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, where I think Chinese officials would agree that their investments in China in terms of trying to invest in land, direct investment, and also their infrastructure investments perhaps have not produced the kinds of results that they wanted. And so there now are reports that China is in fact importing a large number of products, food products from sub-Saharan African countries. And while we might not think avocados and sesame and various kinds of fruits are the fruits are going to produce the relationships that are going to bond countries to China, as a strategic interest. I think it's something to be considered going through this. China also, on a very positive sense, is trying to invest in rice production in sub-Saharan Africa, and that's not only to produce rice that can be delivered to China, but also to invest the advances in rice agriculture, which China can certainly claim really to great acclaim. And anyone who's interested in this, you can check the World Food Prize that was awarded to Yuan Poon, who died 2 years ago, but he certainly was an extremely important figure in developing hybrid rice, which has increased rice production across Asia, and now there are attempts to see whether this rice can be adapted to African context. So food is a weapon, but it's not only in the strategic sense in which we've been considering it so far, and I would simply like us to be thinking more about this larger food security context. And if we have time later, I'll respond to the second question.
Sure, anyone else on China's use of hunger or post-conflict consolidation as hunger?
I'd offer up that I think I don't feel qualified to be able to really talk to China's use of food as a weapon as such, but I think as an institution we're clearly trying to deepen our understanding of what the kind of renewed strategic competition that we see going on means for the conflicts that we work in today, potentially conflicts that may appear tomorrow, and how we need to adapt to that, prepare for it as an organization. And I think that part of that is indeed recognizing the need to, as an impartial, neutral humanitarian organization, to try and deepen our engagement with lots of different capital cities around the world, including Beijing and Moscow and Brasilia and New Delhi and so on and so forth, as we look to try to reinforce those conversations around the laws of armed conflict and all that goes with the sort of general humanitarian dialogue and global security. So our president was in Brasilia indeed a week ago. She's aiming to get to Beijing in a few weeks' time, having been here a few weeks back, to TC at least. So I think that we're very alive to the fact that, you know, this is a new security or a renewed security environment that we are challenged by, and are indeed trying to figure out all of the consequences of that.
Sure, Dr. Sellen.
Yeah, I think one thing that's very interesting in terms of solutions is the questions are really about the relationship between food insecurity and conflict. But if we wind out a little bit, these more nuanced framings are really about the relation between controlling the means of production of food and soft power. And so the question of weaponization is really the key thing. Where does the line cross from weaponizing trade and policy into calling it actual conflict? And I know from Canada, we used to have an organization that would fund most of the taxpayers' investments in humanitarian and aid and nutrition areas. It used to be called the Canadian International Development Agency. And then we had a shift in politics about 15 years ago. It became the Department for DFAT-DA. It was the Department for Trade and Development. And then it now rejoices in the name of Global Affairs Canada. It's just one example of how the framing shift. It's still very much about food aid and humanitarian development investments, but the positioning has migrated in terms of, is it about giving, or is it about actually being very strategic? And I think this is what we might be seeing here in conversations around weaponization.
Thank you.
Yes, and I really think we should ask ourselves, when powerful, wealthy countries invest in lower income countries, in developing areas for the production of food, for agriculture, and so on, for whom are we talking about improving food security and economic gains? I just don't see the data out there showing that these investments are reducing inequities in the countries in which they are investing. It doesn't seem that the intention is to do this to prevent conflict or to elevate the quality of life in the host countries where these investments are being made. So I just wanted to bring that point up. I come from Mexico, which is where the Green Revolution happened, that was supposed to save the world for all the conflict that we're seeing now and eliminate the problem of food insecurity and hunger. And the evidence is absolutely conclusive. That led to agribusiness, to the enormous concentration of wealth and power in a few companies to control the world trade of grains and cereals, many of the staples. It wiped out all the local farming businesses of the country. And as a result, we ended up having greater, not less, inequities in the country. So please take that lens into account as well.
Thank you for that. Now, I'll note on the post-conflict consolidation, if you look at the end of World War II in Europe, how the U.S. ended up implementing the Marshall Plan because of fears of what hunger, instability, obviously there's other resources as well that were scarce across war-torn Europe. But implementing the Marshall Plan, they also realized that security had to accompany that, and that's one of the reasons you see leading to NATO after that, is you providing aid, but you also have to provide the security to protect the aid, in this case, from the looming Soviet threat. And that's something to keep in mind as we look at implementation processes for dealing with this. And in post-conflict consolidation, that was, in a sense, a positive outcome. So we'll go to our next three questions. We'll take them, and then we'll have to keep our answers a little bit short. So please.
Yes, thank you, panel. I come from the perspective of measuring. We talked about that earlier. The Sustainable Development Goals I haven't heard specifically mentioned, but Target 2, Goal 2, and Indicator 2 is the 222 is the infant child malnutrition under 5 years old, I believe. The organization that I'm looking at measuring is 2 gallons of clean water, 2,000 nutritional calories, and 200 cubic feet of secure shelter that we can all look at, and whether we're academic, whether we're studying, whether we're in the industry, we can at least draw that as a possibility of, is it something that we can support? If that is there, does it reduce conflict? So what I'm proposing, and just for food for thought, is those metrics, 222, fit directly in the Sustainable Development Goals, and they also fit within the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, Article 25. So if we can get public support for eliminating hunger, at least to that minimum amount, I think everybody can see it. You know, Maslow's needs is pseudoscience, but so is the Sustainable Development Goals interconnectedness. So, but we can use that. My proposal is every university in the world look at their local access to food and see what type of shared technologies we can look at, where these agencies are spending their money, and how we can better do it. So a grassroots organization. So that's what I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Hello. My question is with regards to Haiti. So going off of what Dr. Schnaufer mentioned about the necessity of security following food programs, how do international organizations such as the ICRC or the WFP manage to, or what sort of policies do you have in mind to manage the current domestic instability that's occurring there with the control of criminal organizations and syndicates, and how are you able to provide services such as providing food supplies to vulnerable populations without necessarily empowering and legitimizing the rule of these organizations that sometimes act as proto-states in some of these areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we'll have one more question, and then we'll go to the panel.
Well, thank you, panel. This has really been very, very interesting, I think very thoughtful. I think it was Dr. Messer before mentioned that there are some bright spots, examples of programs and initiatives that actually work. And I wonder if we can, if you guys can give some examples of that. Local initiatives where communities have agency and control over means of production, agricultural production, or whatever it may be, where we actually see improvements in food insecurity, status, and health. And these could be communities that are within areas of conflict or outside of areas of conflict. So it would be, you know, my reading of the literature, there are some bright spots there, and I think it'd be nice to talk a little bit about them as well. Thank you.
Right, get away from the negative news and go positive. So we have our 3 questions: the sustainable development, the 222 program. We have Haiti and creating domestic stability, where we're delivering food aid, and also local food programs that have, community basis that sustain those, and the positive lights of the discussion. So I'll go to Dr. Sellen.
Yeah, I'm thinking of trying to weave 2 of those together in terms of positives, recent experience. So, the SDGs, you add them up, there's like 200-odd sub-goals within that, but food is woven through it, food, and so it's key, it's really important. And one of the reasons we don't make so much progress is sort of lack of buy-in, lack of awareness. That's important in all things. What I've been noticing in some of our work, so one of the things I do is lead a center that lives in our Faculty of Medicine at the University of Toronto. It's focused on child nutrition. A lot of the work is Canadian-based. We're seeing some trends post-COVID, which I think are very widespread. People, everyday people, politicians, folks who never thought about food or human well-being are more aware than ever before that inequities in society get amplified by insults, right? Like pandemics or stock market crashes or banking crises. We've come to really understand, I think, that things get worse when you have inequities, and then you've got big problems after them. So we are facing more household food insecure children, or children living in households that are food insecure, than we had before the pandemic for various reasons. We're realizing that the lack of a national school food program is something we really need to look at. We're doing research on that. There's lots of stakeholder interests. My point is, new things are rising up the priority list that were not high before this new awareness started to kick in. People are worried in multiple sectors about keeping things stable, about making people happy and healthy. And I think that is a very bright spot. There's never been a better time to engage sponsors, politicians, in things that used to be niche issues, things that only the health people, or the social scientists, or the nutritionists would look at. People realize they are fundamental to wider sectoral interests. And I think that is leading to new thinking, more nuanced investments, and I see a lot of complex stakeholder discussions happening. So this isn't quite the, Dr. Himmelgreen had asked for examples at the grassroots, and I have fewer of those, but I'm seeing a real willingness to bounce back and to bake in future preparedness in a way that people never really used to do.
So, David, as you know, yes, there are indeed many bright community-engaged lights in Tampa, in New Haven, in Ghana, in Mexico. Everywhere I go, I see them. What is the biggest issue? The biggest issue is they don't have access to capital. They don't have power. And the moment they start using technology to organize themselves and form their cooperatives, the lobbying from agribusiness destroys their ability to compete in any markets. And this takes us also into the whole issue of free trade agreements and the major need to reform them, and for the countries that are supposed to engage in this, to all of them to engage in equal footing, no matter what the level of economic development of each of the countries is. So very bright spots, they need to be better documented, but they need access to capital, and they need to be allowed to thrive without interruption, without any kind of barriers.
Thank you so much. Any other comments on the three? Dr. Messer?
Yeah, so I would like to comment just that since in his opening remarks, General McKenzie talked about borders and boundaries as being unstable areas. If we look at commodity chains, these are definitely crossing borders. And one approach that might transform the way in which these food as a weapon is being considered would be to consider these regions and consider them not only as political, geographic, religious, and ethnic regions that have people crossing borders and commodities crossing borders all the time, but also consider them by key strategic crops that are cash crops for people. And that would include the coffee belt, it would include the cocoa belt, it would include the cotton belt, and increasingly also looking at the production, the huge expansion of oil palm across the world, and considering how these crops are moving across borders, who controls the land and the commerce. This would be a very important strategic approach for understanding where there is potential hope for people, in fact, gaining livelihoods, and with consideration for how the prices might be managed and stabilized. The World Bank was considering this for coffee many years ago, but I don't think they ever invested in stabilization of incomes for farmers. But it would also be a place in which to consider what can be done in these zones, which are also zones that are experiencing huge insults from climate change and also the economic shocks of energy, food, and fertilizer prices going up. So my takeaway point here is that regional approaches that are really looking at what governments, such as the US government, can do along with civil society organizations to try to address conflict potential, but also the bright side of globalization through fair trade, slave-free cocoa, those kinds of activities in these potential conflict places.
Okay. Any other comments on those questions?
Well, you know, I don't think we got to the Haiti question. I think it is important to note that we, you know, the organizations like ICRC and WFP and others who are providing any sort of assistance to folks are really diligent about making sure that food makes it into the hands of people who it's intended for. Spend a little less time thinking about who may be controlling X and Y area, but having negotiations with them based on, you know, trying to achieve and reach objectively hungry people. The way that you do that is by rolling out technology, trying to make sure that you're using, in cases where it's possible, biometrics to make sure folks are receiving the correct stipends and assistance that they need, and then also, you know, just other forms of technology that allow us to be able to track beneficiaries in a more comprehensive way than simply paper in the way that we used to do this years and years ago. So we predominantly focus on trying to get food to the right people and make sure that diversion is at its lowest possible levels.
Maybe build quickly on Haiti. So we have a team in Port-au-Prince that is currently not focused on delivering food aid. As it happens, we're more focused on working with the Haitian Red Cross on engaging with the various different actors, including the government, but also the armed groups that control variously the territory there, to try to ensure that there is some degree of access or improved access for the population to the basics of health clinics and other essential services, and working with forensic specialists as well to deal with the management of the dead. So I think we're very conscious that it is a very indeed sensitive environment, and where bringing aid in would have all sorts of complexities to it as well. So a context that continues to give us an awful lot of ground for thought and further reflection, but that's basically how we're approaching that context at the moment, but very challenging indeed. Maybe very quickly on a good example, positive example, we have a series of different projects and programs in lots of different contexts around the world, looking at, in the first place, physical rehabilitation for people that have been lost limbs as a result of conflict. We then established also, beside that, a disability sports inclusion program, whereby we set up possibilities for people in wheelchairs to get involved in sports, in particular basketball. So we run basketball tournaments around the world, and we've also then been building off that an economic program for the participants to those disabled sports programs to work towards economic reintegration. So we work with them and employers in those contexts, from Gaza to Afghanistan to DRC, to look at what opportunities there are for those individuals to actually find their way into the market and to become self-sustaining.
Excellent. Recognizing we're standing between you and lunch, we'll just do the lightning 1-minute wrap-up of your major comments and takeaways, particularly looking at policy recommendations and what can we do to end the cycle of conflict and hunger. So I'll start with you.
Yes, preparedness, so that all the key actors, including civil society organizations, know what to do when, unfortunately, conflict erupts or another type of humanitarian emergency due to a natural disaster or so on happens, accompanied by major structural reforms of global health systems, global food systems, and global security systems, so that we could actually move towards a more peaceful and stable world.
Real point around the need to try to reinforce the awareness of, compliance and respect for the laws of armed conflict amongst those that are actually doing the fighting out on these battlefields today. We definitely need the international community to be doing all they can around that in the first place. Secondly, clearly a need to have these sorts of multi-stakeholder discussions to try to figure out how we can work in complementarity better to try to make sure that the problems that are faced out in these contexts are are better addressed, both in the emergency phases and then over the longer term in terms of getting people and communities and economies back on their feet. Lastly, just a point that at this moment in time, given the huge escalation in needs over the last years, it's really not the moment to back off from robust humanitarian funding as a part of that puzzle.
Okay. Very briefly, the major takeaway from me is that there needs to be consistent, conflict-sensitive integration of humanitarian and development assistance that builds on local action in affected countries. And for U.S. policy, there really has to be greater attention to where U.S. aid, food assistance and other kinds of assistance that are channeled through national government agencies and leaders in developing countries, those post-conflict legacy and those not post-conflict, they're actually conflict legacy countries, where that aid is going and is it being distributed in very unfair ways that sows the seeds of additional conflict.
Give the people we're talking about a voice. I've worked in about 30 countries with refugee asylum seekers in the UK, the US, Canada, from Bosnia, Sudan, Somalia, various places. All of these are food insecure situations. And the people we're talking about are not just numbers. They want to tell you their story, and they have ideas about getting out of the situation. So we either give people a voice, or they will pick up a weapon. And I think that is what I would like to leave on. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think this is a question of, one of the best ways to ensure global stability is to feed someone who cannot feed themselves and their family. That's the bottom line in all of this. I'm going to be looking over the next couple days at debates in Congress. I think the humanitarian funding situation is dire, to say the least. We're looking at a very considerable cut of support from the United States this year, given the new sort of fiscal austerity that we're seeing up on Capitol Hill. If I'm doing one thing this week, I'm calling a lawmaker, I'm writing a letter, I'm sending an email, I'm doing whatever I can to get the U.S. government to have this top of mind. And I'll probably have General McKenzie do it too.
I'd like to thank the audience for hanging with us here for a few extra minutes for this dynamic discussion. And I'd like to thank the panelists for amazing comments. And we look forward to turning this into a tangible product that we can put out there and get into the hands of policymakers at all the different levels, from local to the national level, and hopefully implement some of these interesting policies we've discussed today. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tad. Thank you to everyone on the panel. It was a fascinating discussion. We are going to break for lunch now. Just a reminder, we have a whole lot of events coming up over the 18 months. If you're interested in any of these, when you come back from lunch, we'll hear our second keynote speaker today, Laurie Beyranevand, Director of the Center for Agriculture and Food Systems and Professor of Law at Vermont Law and Graduate School. Please return at 1. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed lunch. Welcome back to the first ever GNSI Policy Dialogues, Hunger as a Weapon. We have a great audience here today at the Patel Center for Global Solutions on the campus of the University of South Florida. We also have a large audience online from all over the world, so welcome to everyone. We're in for some new ideas today from our next speaker, Laurie Beyranevand from the Vermont Law and Graduate School. Beyranevand is the director of the school's Center for Agriculture and Food Systems, a position she's held since 2018. She's a professor of law at the school and is the author of many articles regarding our country's food system, the most recent being Retooling American Food Ruralism for the American Journal of Law and Medicine, and Making the Case for a National Food Strategy for the Food and Drug Law Journal. Her keynote address today is titled The Need to Address Hunger and Nutrition Security Strategically for Safety, Resilience, and Prosperity. So coming to us virtually, please welcome Laurie Beyranevand.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed a delicious lunch, and I'm really sorry not to be there with you in person. It just so happens to be my daughter's 10th birthday today, so wanted to be sure to be home to celebrate that milestone with her. Before I start, I wanted to make sure to say thank you to everyone at the Institute for accommodating me and allowing me to present virtually. I know it took a lot of effort on the part of many, and I really appreciate it. And I'm also really honored to be able to speak with you all today. So my talk today is entitled, The Need to Address Food and Nutrition Security Strategically for Safety, Resilience, and Prosperity. There's a lot that I could say about this topic at a level of detail that we don't have time for and could probably be a book of its own. So I'm going to give you a 40-foot overview of some of the issues that I think come up in this context and some of the ways our country is attempting to address them, and then talk through some big picture and some medium picture solutions that policymakers and advocates could be considering in this space. So, as mentioned, I direct the Center for Agriculture and Food Systems at Vermont Law and Graduate School. Here you can see a picture of some of our students in our clinic. Just to give you a quick sense of what we do, we work with students and partners across the food system to develop law and policy solutions that build a more sustainable and just food system. Our work is really guided by the law and policy needs of stakeholders in the food system. So for those of you that are familiar with legal services, we function a lot like that, although we don't litigate. And we also help our partners identify regulatory and policy solutions to some of the challenges that they're hoping to address. You'll hear a little bit more about one of our longer term projects a bit later in my presentation. We're really fortunate to have the support of the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, and are part of the Agriculture Law Partnership with the National Agricultural Library and the National Agricultural Law Center at the University of Arkansas. So this morning you heard from a number of speakers about how food and nutrition insecurity affects political stability, creates competition for resources, hinders economic development, among other issues that are presented. All of these issues are obviously exacerbated by climate change and other major events like the COVID-19 pandemic. And I wanted to focus a bit in on the COVID-19 pandemic to consider how important it is to strategically plan for events that will significantly disrupt global supply chains. It's one of the more recent examples, I think, that we've seen of a really major disruption. And if you can see the excerpt on this slide, I know that it's pretty text heavy and probably a little bit small, but it notes that the number of food insecure households more than doubled in the US during the pandemic. And while we've witnessed disruptions in our lifetimes, few, if any, were as significant as the impacts that we witnessed during the COVID-19 pandemic. All of us probably remember grocery store shelves that were empty, food pantries, pictures of food pantries with lines, because the pantries were experiencing enormous increases in the volume of people and families that were seeking food aid, and online services were struggling to meet the needs of high-risk individuals and others who were advised not to go to the grocery store. So very quickly, law and policy makers had to adjust and figure out how to address food shortages that were impacting all socioeconomic brackets. The Food and Drug Administration relaxed some of its food labeling requirements to divert food from restaurants to grocery stores. President Trump invoked the Defense Production Act to ensure that meat and other food products were continuing to be produced. And while the pandemic required a whole of government response, our government isn't necessarily set up very easily to provide whole of government responses when issues are as multifaceted as something like the pandemic, or more relevant to this particular policy dialogue, if we were to experience an event like this due to war. The pandemic is really illustrative, I think, of the issues that we'd face if we experienced that same level of significant disruption to the food supply chain due to war or even some other natural disaster. Many of the disruptions that we experienced during the pandemic are due to how our food system functions. Most individuals in the US are dependent on distant sources for the food that we consume. And many of those distant sources, you heard some of this morning, are highly concentrated and consolidated, which means a few actors have very significant control over certain sectors. If they experience a shutdown or they decide to no longer supply food to the US for political reasons or otherwise, it could be difficult to identify alternatives for production, sourcing, and distribution. And while that allows for us to have a tremendous amount of efficiency and relatively inexpensive food, it also means that our food supply chain is extremely vulnerable to risk. One significant result from the pandemic that I think is really instructive in this context is the shift that we witnessed from global supply chains or more highly globalized supply chains to these local and regional supply chains. You can see some of this in the illustration that I included in this slide. Hopefully you can see it where you all are, but I'm sure that this will be made available to you after the policy dialogues are over. This shift to local and regional sources with much shorter supply chains occurred out of necessity during the pandemic. We saw this same trend during World Wars I and II, when public and private lands were being used for community gardens, which were known as victory gardens, that accomplished the two goals of addressing food shortages, but also providing employment opportunities. A major difference, though, between then and now is that even with increased access to food, almost a third of Americans don't know how to cook. Many don't have time to cook. And the amount of food consumed outside the home has increased really dramatically. So access to food alone, or thinking about access to food alone, isn't necessarily sufficient to combat a challenge like this. This slide includes a graphic that shows the differences in supply chain from pre-pandemic to during the pandemic, and shows this shorter supply chain where you can see that it goes from producer to distributor to consumer. In many instances, we were seeing direct from producer to consumer sales during the pandemic. And what we saw was that local and regional food systems were extremely resilient during the pandemic and were actually really successful and had high volumes of sales. Because most of those operations were smaller and workers could be outside or they could be easily distanced from each other because there weren't so many, they were able to produce food without significant disruption and could sell directly to consumers. Essentially, what the global food supply chain disruption confirmed for many who work in the food system and already know is that local and regional food systems are tremendously resilient. They provide economic development opportunities because they keep profits within the community, and producers often operate in a manner that conserves and protects the natural resources of those communities because they live in the same communities where they're producing food. So I've talked a lot about the food system, and I wanted to stop for a minute so we could consider what we mean when we say the food system and the difference between the food system and the food supply chain. So I included here some definitions that we use in the United States. The food supply chain is what we think about when we consider farm to fork or production to consumption. And you can see that reflected to the left of this graphic where there's the downward set of arrows. So the chain that goes from the inputs that you use to be able to grow food to the waste management cycle at the end. The food system, however, layers over other important considerations onto the food supply chain to incorporate considerations of how these various stages and points along the supply chain impact the economy, the environment, safety, and public health, and sometimes function to create inequities. It enables those who are thinking about food law and policy to consider how to identify and then how to address and mitigate those challenges at various points along the supply chain. What we don't often hear about is how to account for national security in the food system, although many lawmakers are now considering how to address resilience in the food system, one aspect of which would be to consider how national security issues impact the food supply chain. Again, we have many lessons that we've learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, and more relevant to this context, lessons that we've learned that impacted the food supply chain from the war in Ukraine. So I've included in the next few slides some examples of how we've started to address the issue of food and nutrition security in the US in various contexts. And I should say I'm heartened to see that the issue of food and nutrition security is being raised and considered in various contexts by government, so that there's a multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary approach to thinking about food and nutrition security. Here, you see President Biden's national security strategy, which recognizes that the food supply chain can be significantly disrupted by conflict and that these issues cross borders. You heard a lot about this from the speakers this morning. To use China as an example, I know a lot of people talked about China this morning. The US exported $36.4 billion of food and agricultural products to China in fiscal year 2022. It's the second largest market for us. It used to be the first, meaning that conflict with China would significantly impact our economy. Last year, the White House convened a conference on food, nutrition, and health for the first time in 50 years, because we still haven't tackled many of the challenges we identified 50 years ago, and even before that, that led to the original conference. People in the US are still hungry. They're eating foods that aren't nutritious because healthy food is significantly more expensive or not available, and diet-related disease rates are soaring. Yet, strategy focuses on many of the same sets of solutions we've been attempting to implement for decades without a lot of success. In the 100-day review of President Biden's executive order on America's supply chains, the administration acknowledged the resilience of local food supply chains, emphasized the need to increase competition and reduce consolidation for resilience and economic development, and called for a consortium of government agencies to meet and coordinate on addressing these challenges. These are just a few examples of the strategies and tools that we're using in the United States to try and figure out how to deal with food and nutrition insecurity into a number of other food system challenges. And despite these many moves in the right direction, the failure to coordinate across government hampers our ability to make significant progress, address and plan for challenges, disasters, and national security events before they occur. These disparate strategies add to an already fragmented set of laws and policies administered by agencies across government that are both impacted by and impact the food system. In 2017, along with our colleagues at the Harvard Food Law and Policy Clinic, we wrote the blueprint for a national food strategy that called for a comprehensive federal strategy to coordinate efforts across government and address the food system strategically and holistically. I provided these examples of various national strategies over the past few slides to demonstrate that the government is thinking about and considering the issue of hunger, food, and nutrition in a number of different contexts, which is good and positive. But the question is, how are all those efforts being coordinated? And how does that lack of coordination impact or hinder implementation? What entity in the US is responsible for ensuring that what gets decided about food and nutrition insecurity in the context of national security is also being considered when we think about supply chains or hunger here in the United States? In 2020, we renewed our call for a national strategy, given the significant food system challenges presented by the pandemic, which only served to highlight how we hadn't strategically planned for an event like that so that we could quickly and effectively respond, and that coordination among the different branches of government that were responsible for the food system was both lacking and really difficult to accomplish. A national food strategy in the US that strategically and comprehensively plans for food system law and policy making could account for the myriad issues that are covered by these various national strategies and others. But more importantly, it could provide for mechanisms to coordinate those efforts so that we're maximizing efficiencies, eliminating redundancies, and prevent gaps. But we know that's a big ask, and we know that because we've been asking for a few years now. So what are some issues on the horizon that we could be considering generally, but also as they relate to addressing supply chain disruptions caused by war, natural disaster, or other extreme events? First and foremost, we need to seriously consider and account for food system workers. This is a multifaceted issue because it also involves immigration policy, which is a loaded issue. But our food is produced largely by an immigrant workforce. And if we want to increase our emphasis on producing and supplying food within our country to consume, but also to export and avoid serious disruptions, we have to take care of the workers who constitute the backbone of this system and ensure their health and safety. That was certainly not what we saw during the pandemic. We also need to seriously consider how to protect our rapidly diminishing farmland in the US, both from foreign investment and corporate ownership and investment. If we don't have farmland that's affordable for farmers to actually grow food on and afford to purchase the land, we won't have farmers and we won't have food. And finally, since in my world, the Farm Bill is the dominant topic of conversation right now, it's pending reauthorization, we have to seriously consider how we allocate funding under the Farm Bill. The portion of the Farm Bill allocated to local and regional food systems programs is allocated here in the other category. If you're struggling to see that, it's because it's that very tiny sliver, the 1%, which is a very small amount compared to the overall funding that's allocated in the Farm Bill. In the urban context, food has been weaponized against communities of color who have been deprived of access to food generally, but healthy food in particular. This necessitated the development over many years of highly localized urban gardens and farms designed by these communities to support these communities. In many ways, they resemble and reflect the same set of goals and aspirations that we saw in the Victory Gardens created during World Wars I and II. They could benefit greatly from increased support for urban agriculture under the Farm Bill. And again, all of that is provided for in this other very tiny 1% category. We can do better. We can ensure that local and regional food systems continue to thrive and grow. We can protect workers in the food system. We can increase safety. We can have better public outcomes. And we can revitalize communities across this country to increase our overall resiliency, prosperity, and safety. But we need to do that strategic We need to do it in a way that's coordinated, and we need to do it in a way that looks backward to see what mistakes we need to fix, but looks forward to think about what we need to put in place to address those challenges. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I also included my email on this slide in case anybody wants to follow up personally. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurie. Do we have any questions here for her this afternoon? We do have one, so just 1 second, Laurie.
Okay.
How are you doing, ma'am? Mike Parrott from Joint Special Operations University. I like the fact that you mentioned the PRC and the foreign acquisition of our farmlands. Can you also discuss how those foreign actors are leveraging emerging and disruptive technologies to coerce and also gain control of not only the information, but also influence within the Department of Agriculture to ultimately take that resources. I just did some quick math. You look at 248,000 acres is owned by the PRC here in the U.S. of agricultural land. That's 32,240,000 bushels that they could produce annually, export that back to China, take it out of the global market, and ultimately feed their population, creating insecurity not only here in the U.S., but also globally, because now that's not going into the global food supply. Can you discuss other impacts and how other foreign nations are leveraging that same type of capability around the globe?
Yeah, I mean, I also want to make clear that in the U.S., it's not even just the threat of foreign ownership, but it's the threat of corporate ownership as well, where corporations are beginning to invest in viable agricultural land because they see the tremendous value that it holds. We really, in the United States, we really don't have a lot of farmland that's dedicated to producing food. We have a lot of farmland that's dedicated in commodity crops. And that's, you know, when I go back to that slide from the Farm Bill, commodity crops are a huge percentage of what funding goes to for the Farm Bill. If we think about land that's cultivated to produce produce, fruits, vegetables, things that we consume on a regular basis, the percentage of farmland that goes to that is very small. So I would say any country, you know, not all land is viable agricultural land. And so there's a number of solutions that you can think of at the federal, state, and even very local level to preserve viable farmland. But that means us actually placing value on viable farmland and recognizing the importance of keeping this farmland so that we can use it for production. I don't think a lot of countries have taken the effort to really determine of the land that they have, which land is really viable for agricultural production based on the soil health and other issues. And I think countries really need to start focusing on that and making sure that they protect and conserve that for their own agricultural production. But that means really rethinking about land use at a global level, at a national level, and also at a very local level.
Okay, and Laurie, we have one more question.
Hi, Laurie. Rafael Pérez-Escamilla from the Yale School of Public Health. I enjoyed a lot your presentation. So this morning, we were talking about the imbalances and huge inequities in power when we try to support the development of the local food systems vis-a-vis agribusiness. Can you educate us a little bit more on what proportion or amount of money in the Farm Bill is going to agribusiness, which is really the sector that is feeding the ingredients for the massive production of very unhealthy ultra-processed foods and sugar-sweetened beverages that are widespread in our food system. 60% of the calories of the US population are coming from those foods. And you very clearly explained that 1% or less is going into issues related to local food systems and production of healthy products and produce and so on. So if you can share your thoughts on that, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, I wish that I could give you the specific numbers. I know when we wrote the blueprint in 2017, we included in there a statistic that basically it was intended to address the misalignment in Farm Bill funding based on the way that we have created the dietary guidelines in the United States. And what it demonstrated was essentially that the amount of money that goes to crops that help to produce unhealthy processed foods that you were mentioning, so really highly processed foods, compared to the amount that goes to what we call specialty crops. And it's funny that we even call them specialty crops because really that's just produce. In the United States, there's a huge disparity, like a very huge disparity between those two figures. Yet, at the same time, we say in the dietary guidelines for Americans that Americans are supposed to be eating a tremendous amount of produce and that would be a way to address the significant numbers of diet-related disease that we have in this country. We haven't yet fixed that misalignment. It's a misalignment in policy. It's a misalignment in the way that funding is allocated that doesn't necessarily reflect the policies that we see in the dietary guidelines. It's an issue that comes up sort of every Farm Bill cycle. Well, all that I've heard about the Farm Bill is that we are knocking at a transformational change with this new Farm Bill that's coming up. There may be some small incremental changes, but I don't see us for a very long time changing how lopsided that is until people start to really value the fact that we need to make sure that we allocate enough funding to healthy food to be able to ensure that people are actually able to access and afford that healthy food.
Okay, Laurie, we have one more question, but I would ask the second panel to just go ahead and start making your way down to the table while Laurie answers this last question. Go ahead,
I'll
sir.
try to be fast too.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is, how should we approach policymakers who are concerned about the environmental degradation necessary to sustain viable agriculture? The possibility of phosphate rock mining has often been a contentious issue, but oftentimes has been necessary, including in places such as here in Hillsborough County, to sustain the normal operations of agricultural production. So how can we measure and balance the two needs? Thank you.
Well, that's a really difficult question. I would say that as you approach policymakers, it's really important to get everybody at the table that issue impacts. A big piece of the work that we do focuses on communities and civil society and participating in policymaking. So to the extent that there are competing concerns, I think it's important to have all those people at the table together to figure out how to get all the interests out and prioritize the things that are most important and find the areas of agreement.
Okay. Thank you, Laurie. We appreciate it. It was a very insightful presentation, and thank you for sharing your thoughts on how to reinforce security and resiliency in our future food supplies and for all of your work in that area. So that is Laurie Beyranevand.
Thank you.
All right, so we are getting set up for our second panel of the day, and while we do that, I would invite you all to, again, if you haven't had the chance, to please stop by our registration table. If you sign up for our newsletter today, you'll get a chance to, you'll receive one of our original GNSI Challenge coins, and we were proud to work with a Veterans Assistance Group here in Tampa for the creation of that coin. The Veterans Art Center of Tampa. A retired Air Force Tech Sergeant Brian Morris designed that coin for us, and it was something that we were proud to work with.
It's very cool.
Thank you. So it is time for our second panel today, and it will be a discussion focused on food insecurity in the United States, a domestic policy challenge. Boy, do we have a great panel set up for you today. The moderator will be Dr. Kiki Caruson, Vice President of the USF World, which is headquartered right here in the Patel Center. USF World is responsible for USF's global engagement across all three of our campuses here in Tampa, as well as St. Petersburg and Sarasota Manatee. Dr. Caruson guides the university's study abroad programming, international student and scholar services, the Global Discovery Hub, Peace Corps programming, outreach to international alumni, and many other vital areas of our university's global engagement. And USF is the #1 university in Florida for international students, with about 10% of the student population coming from outside the United States. Dr. Caruson will introduce the panel speakers, facilitate the discussion, and then she'll lead the Q&A session at the end. And as before, please step up to the crowd mic here if you have a question at the end. But also a reminder for our virtual audience, our live stream audience, the conclusion of this panel, panel 2, will be the end of the live stream. Our in-person attendees will have the opportunity to attend one of the 3 breakout sessions a little later, but they will not be live streamed. Just a little incentive for anyone who is attending virtually, if you have an opportunity to join us in the future, to do so in person. And so, Dr. Caruson, I turn it over to you and your esteemed panel.
Thank you so much for that very, very kind introduction. We are extremely proud here at the university that we do have so many international students who choose us as a destination for their academic journey. And we have an equal number of students who are traveling outbound for an international experience. So I'm delighted to be a part of this very distinguished panel. My job is to facilitate discussion and keep us on time. So you had a wonderful global discussion this morning, and then this afternoon we will be discussing food insecurity in the United States as a domestic policy challenge. And all of our panelists bring to the table a different perspective on this challenge, and I will begin to introduce them with my colleague David Himmelgreen on my left. David Himmelgreen is the director of the USF Center for the Advancement of Food Security and Health Communities. He's also a professor in the Department of Anthropology in the College of Arts and Sciences. The mission of the center is to transform the conversation about food insecurity using research, education, and program outreach like today's event to facilitate social equity that results in healthier communities in Tampa Bay and beyond. The Center for the Advancement of Food Security and Health Communities partners with Feeding Tampa Bay, which we have representation on the panel today, and works closely with community organizations to eliminate food insecurity and improve health through research and program development and evaluation. To David's left, we have Simon Bolin. Simon is the Agribusiness Development Manager in Hillsborough County for the University of Florida's Institute for Food and Agricultural Sciences, IFAS. The extension offices, which are so important. I have to add just a slight personal note. I am a product of the farm industry, grew up on a very large beef farm in Tennessee, and the ag extension offices were absolutely vital to the work of producers. So as the extension offices, they are located in Florida's 67 counties. In his role, Simon works with local agricultural producers to grow jobs, energize capital investment, and he serves as an advocate for the interests of the agricultural community here in Florida and especially in Hillsborough County. To Simon's left is my colleague, Joe Dorsey. Joe is the Director of Food Sustainability and Security and the Security Concentration within the Patel College of Global Sustainability. He is also the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs for the college, which is located in this building along with USF World. Joe also served as a Peace Corps volunteer in Africa and studies the sustainability of food production across the world. And last but certainly not least, we have Thomas Mance, who is the president and CEO of Feeding Tampa Bay. It's a very popular nonprofit with our students who are seeking to volunteer in the community. Over his career, Tom has been in both the for-profit world, where he spent over 16 years, and the nonprofit community, where he has spent the last 21 years. He has been instrumental in the improvement of organizations And at Feeding Tampa Bay, he's part of a national Feeding America network that is focused on providing food to approximately 1 million food insecure families in the 10-county area of West Central Florida. You will find on the website a statement that is emblematic of the conversation we'll have today. Hunger is a challenge that does not necessarily discriminate. So I'm sure we'll have lots of opportunities to discuss how that plays out. So I'm going to start off with some questions that the panel and I have discussed, and we'll also have plenty of time for questions from the audience. So my first question to our esteemed panelist is, what are the implications of hunger and food insecurity on communities? How might these conditions affect the vitality of neighborhoods, educational attainment, economic prosperity, or the general health and welfare of our population? And what are some possible solutions? And David, I'm going to start with you.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Caruson. Well, I think it'd be worthwhile to go back to the beginning of this morning's conference when we actually defined food insecurity again. And I have a very concise definition here. It is the lack of access to safe, nutritionally adequate, and socially acceptable food. And there have been decades-long research documenting the prevalence of food insecurity, and even more importantly, the connection between food insecurity and both physical and mental health. I should also add that we could look at the impacts of food insecurity through the life course. And we talked a little bit about this earlier, that depending on the timing of food insecurity, the severity of food insecurity, it could have lifelong effects on individuals during pregnancy, during the first 1,000 days of postnatal life. And if that situation isn't corrected early on, that could lead to permanent effects like growth stunting. There's actually a lot more research going on now among teenagers. We're beginning to document the fact that food insecurity can impact teenage growth and development, and also could have impacts on mental health, the stigma associated with food insecurity, and then among older adults as well. So we have to look at the effects of food insecurity during the life course. With regard to vulnerable populations, they're varied, and we could look at food insecurity and its effects by race and ethnicity, by income. Really comes down to access to resources and knowledge. People who don't have those resources, don't have that information, don't have that agency, are more likely to be food insecure, and it's more difficult for them to escape food insecurity. One of the interesting things about food insecurity in the US, so you could be food insecure with and without hunger, and certainly in the US we have some absolute hunger, but the bigger problem is a quality of diet issue. So we often see a strong association between food insecurity and diet-related diseases like type 2 diabetes, which are also more prevalent in some populations than others. So food insecurity occurs with and without hunger. I think the bigger issue here in the US is looking in the context of the quality of food that people are accessing. And we've talked a little bit about that. A lot of our calories are coming from highly processed foods that are not necessarily nutritious for you. And often the people who are most impacted or most likely to consume higher amounts of those foods are people are income constrained, asset limited. Always the first thing that we know from research to be compromised is people's ability to secure a healthy, nutritious diet, and food is often compromised. And I'll stop there.
I was so excited to get to the questions that I omitted my prompt for our panelists to make an opening statement, which I specifically told you to prepare. So I have to admit this wrongdoing. And David, did you already incorporate your opening statement in your answer?
Not yet, but why don't you start with some of the others?
Okay, so why don't we return to that briefly, because I did say that. Tom, would you like to make a brief opening statement of under 3 minutes?
Sure. Thank you for having us here. We're glad to be a part of the conversation, and we're certainly proud of our association with USF. If you don't know, Feeding Tampa Bay is a member of a 200 organization network called Feeding America, and our responsibility is to make sure that we provide food and other resources to families in our communities who are struggling to put food on the table and or provide other resources for their family. To give you a sense of context of Feeding America and its size and scope, last year, the Association of Food Banks that we belong to provided close to 6 billion meals. That's a fact that we're proud of and also saddened by, right? So if you think about a system that has to provide that much food to that many people in our community, that's pretty staggering. Feeding Tampa Bay here in the 10 counties that we serve provided close to 90 million meals. So our ultimate objective is to make sure that we create health that comes from access to food and to provide resources that come from, or capability that come from access to resources that families don't necessarily have. I think if I could disabuse one notion for everybody in this room today and everybody listening, it would be that who do we serve? We serve your colleagues, we serve your friends, we serve your neighbors, we serve your armed forces, we serve your teachers, we serve your students. We're not serving some disassociated person who we don't know, we are serving people that we do know. And I think if we understand that's the root of the foundation of where we are, I think our response ultimately will be much different. Where are we in the life of the work that we do? The food system that I operate in was built as a charitable response to a charitable problem. That's where we were. Where we are today is a burgeoning need that's coming up against a hybrid charitable response, but also an important community asset. So the way that Feeding Tampa Bay would look at itself today versus how we might have looked at ourselves before is that we're no longer a charitable model. We're a functional and important part of the infrastructure of our community. If you wanted to look at it in economic terms, we'll provide about $350 to $375 million worth of resource to our community this year. What happens if that goes away? Right? Where are we headed? We've moved from a place where we think that food insecurity is a situational, seasonal, or episodic issue we are now into a place where a lot of the families that secure our services see us as an elemental part of their ongoing household infrastructure. Again, this is good news and bad news. We're well known and we're easily obtained. The challenge is that we have families that now must rely upon us for their long-term security. And so what began as an interventive model, we have to move ultimately to a preventive model, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more today. But what I would observe most about the conversation we're having today is it's interesting that we're having a conversation about food as a weapon. What I would suggest that we're facing today, probably more than anything else, is that food is now a part of the cultural war here in the United States. The Farm Bill is now fought over where before it was consensus. And we're having conversations about who does and does not have access to food, which for all of us that do the work that we do, but also for all of us that live in the communities that we live, the implications of these conversations are significant. I want to be really clear, this is not a political statement, it's a statement of fact and reality that I hope this conference helps us address.
Thank you, Tom. We do have a food pantry on each of our campuses in Tampa, St. Pete, and Sarasota, and they are highly utilized. We've engaged in a broad-based campaign to make our stakeholders across the campuses aware that there is a great need, even on campuses such as ours. Dr. Dorsey, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you. It's great to be here. I have this opportunity to talk about issues that are really important around food security and hunger. I'm at the Patel College of Global Sustainability. Thought maybe I'd talk a little bit about that before I talk more about hunger as a weapon. The Patel College of Global Sustainability is a master's program. We offer Master of Arts and Master of Science, and we have many concentrations. The concentration that I oversee is the Food Sustainability and Security concentration. And one of the things that we do with the students that we work with is they go out and do internships or research projects. And so we've had many students go to various community gardens and other food-related entities in the region to look at these issues around food production and so forth. As Kiki had mentioned earlier, I had been a Peace Corps volunteer in Ivory Coast, West Africa, and so I got an opportunity to see hunger up close and personal during that times. And so for a long time, hunger and food has been a very strong interest of mine. I actually have a bachelor's in human nutrition and food from Howard University. I've also worked for the WIC program, which Women, Infants, and Children. So early in my first 10 years of my career, I was in public health working in maternal and child care. So I've always stayed pretty much close to the community when it comes to issues around public health and so forth. Now, when I was thinking about this forum and the concept of hunger as a weapon, it took me to the lyrics from Bob Marley's song, Exodus, "A hungry man is an angry man." And so with that, I was thinking, well, what does it mean to be hungry? So being an academic, I kind of came up with some definitions. I thought being hungry is a physiological drive to eat. It involves this yearning and this discomfort, this pain that we all feel every day in our stomach when we don't get a chance to eat. And so it kind of almost consumes us until we get something to eat. And because food is a basic need. Now, hunger is the state of being hungry regularly and persistently and not being satiated. So now I thought about, well, what is a weapon? So a weapon is an instrument or tool or device designed to inflict harm, damage, or death on a person or other living beings, either offensively or defensively. So having these definitions in place, I asked myself, how do you weaponize hunger? For what purpose? And is it morally justified under certain circumstances? These are some very tough questions. There are over 35 million hungry people today in the US. Is that 35 angry people in the so-called land of plenty? So the UN declares availability, accessibility, and affordability of food for all people to be a human right. But rights are in the eye of the beholder. Food can be used as a weapon when the right to safe, healthy, and nutritious diets are ignored, denied, or violated. On a national level, governments and corporate entities can create food insecurity through deprivation, sanction, control of supplies, and distribution along the food chain. Persistent hunger can lead to malnutrition, illness and disease, lethargy, starvation, poverty, criminality, anger, civil unrest, riots, looting, destabilization, suppression, oppression, vulnerable populations, migrations, refugees, settlements, and other social stresses. So using hunger as a weapon is a structural violence of an economic system to political control the life of conditions and well-being of targeted populations through limited food availability. So the problem of hunger is usually resolved through either confrontation or conflict. A confrontation is facing a problem through protests, education, activism, advocacy, or policy development or implementation. Conflict is attacking the problem with retaliation, violence, and destruction. But a third approach, when I was thinking about these two C's, I came up with a third C. Third approach is solving hunger with compassion. Compassion starts with humane treatment of animals and social justice for people. So national security and social stability depends on the elimination of hunger, but it'll never happen until a just, equitable, and sustainable distribution of wholesome food, as well as conditions for urban, centralized, and localized agriculture are put in place. So I ask you the question, are you hungry or just angry? Once you determine your motive, we can move forward with some viable solutions. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. If you go to the website for the Patel College of Global Sustainability, there's a wonderful video of Joe out in the field talking about his research and how he incorporates students into those activities. So, highly recommend. So Simon, would you like to make an opening statement?
I always like to start out a discussion with a question. How many people in this room have been involved in agriculture at some point in their career? Production, agriculture. Actually, a little more than at national average, probably about eight of you in here, and that's in a room of 70, that's about 10%. Nationally, 0.6% of the US population is involved in production agriculture. That's less than 2 million people if you consider 330 million people nationwide. So there's a lot of talk about policies and about good intentions and all these things, which are valid points and good questions throughout this day. But how many of those policies and intentions are based on reality? And the farmer typically is busy in the field working and growing and providing food. And there's also seasonality to food. When COVID hit, I was the ESF 18 manager at the time for Hillsborough County, as well as my job. ESF 18 is emergency support function, 18 is business and industry. And I worked with Tom and Feeding Tampa Bay. They had to bring in extra coolers just to house all the produce that they were getting. There was one Hillsborough County farmer that donated over $6 million of produce. And I had questions, why couldn't they donate more? Well, a business, a for-profit business, can't survive off of IRS tax deductions. It's impossible. And it's seasonal. So in May and June, when people were asking for food donations on behalf of Feeding Tampa Bay, there wasn't any available because we don't grow many commercial crops in June and July in Florida. Our season is winter crops. So, and based on the few number of people with agricultural experience, that's not uncommon. I deal with that every day, that just the ignorance of people in dealing with production, agriculture, and the seasonality of it, how it fits into the local food systems. And that's a big challenge here in the U.S. and in certain extents around the world as well.
Thank you, but that's what our Ag Extension offices help us with,
That's
right?
right. Thanks for the plug.
So David will forgive me for just jumping into the questions because we are actually colleagues together in the College of Arts and Sciences. So I hope you will forgive me. But you've given us a sneak peek of the impact of food insecurity on community health. But David, would you like to provide your opening statement?
Sure. I think I'll go back to kind of setting the stage. And there was a report in The Economist recently. It was the 2022 Food Insecurity the Global Food Insecurity Index. And this ranked 113 countries on several criteria, including affordability, availability, quality and safety, and sustainability and adaptation. So 113 countries, including 38 high-income countries. Globally, the food environment is deteriorating, and that's occurred over the last 3 years since the start of the pandemic, and it's been exacerbated, for example, by the war between Ukraine and Russia. The global food system has slowed down since 2015, and there's a downward trend in overall food security during this time. In terms of the US, and I think this is what is really eye-opening, but maybe not that surprising to me, is the US ranked 13th of 113 countries, down 4 spots from last year. On the one hand, the US scored at a higher score for things like quality and safety of the food supply and affordability. On the other hand, it scored lower on availability, sustainability, and adaptation. And what is really eye-opening for me was that it received a score of 0 for food security and access policy commitments. And I think we got to some of that this morning and looking at, and even this afternoon, talking about, for example, the Farm Bill. So this is I think of, in the land of plenty, the wealthiest country in the globe, to be ranked 13th is not so good. By the way, Finland was number 1. As I was mentioning before, too, when we look at food insecurity in the US, certainly there's absolute hunger. There's some undernutrition, but the bigger problem is, again, the excess consumption of energy-dense foods that are related to diet-related diseases like type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and other diseases. If you look at the prevalence rate for, and quote-unquote, obesity, it's upwards of 36, 37%. If you look at food insecurity in those communities where there's very high rates of food insecurity, there also tends to be higher rates of obesity and these diet-related diseases. And it does come back to the issue I was saying before. Often food is the first thing that's compromised when people are on very limited income and they buy cheap, inexpensive, energy-dense foods. And this is really a problem that needs to be addressed because it's going to be ongoing until we really address it. I'll stop there.
Thank you, David. I appreciate the kindness of this panel. So we're going to go back to the first question, which was the impact of hunger and food insecurity on communities. And David, I'm going to allow you to have the last word. I'm going to ask Joe to talk a little bit about, and go in whatever direction you see fit, but about your work with food deserts, where what are known as food deserts, and some of the solutions that are out there to combat those kinds of situations.
Okay, thank you. So what a food desert is, it is an area, usually in an urban environment, where there is a lack of access to fresh fruit and vegetables because there's no, I guess, supermarket within, say, a mile of certain communities that don't necessarily have means to get there, like, vehicles, public transportation. But there's also the term that we call the food swamp too, which is kind of the opposite, is when there is an excess of fast food operations and so forth. So the food desert is this idea of having a lack of healthy nutrition, food in the radius of a certain community. But what they have instead are access to fast food places that provide too much sugar, too much fat, that causes the non-communicable diseases and obesity and so forth. So a lot of what I wanted to mention when I do my presentation or answer these questions is that the communities need to be empowered to be able to provide food for themselves as much as we can. And I think that the supply chain issues are obviously going to be there, but we, as in other times when we needed to, during wartime, to have victory gardens and so forth, that we need to kind of continue to have that idea of having community gardens, having school gardens, as well as church gardens. It's a difficult thing because a lot of us have moved away from agriculture, obviously, and a lot of people say they don't want to go back to it, but in a way, it's a necessity. And having that control of your own food supply is something that will help communities to develop better nutrition as well as job creation and so forth. There's more I want to talk about. I think I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Okay. Did you want to mention anything about community gardens? Or we have one right next door at UACDC.
Okay. Well, yeah, community gardens are important for the future. They're kind of supplemental. Some people say, what can you do with a garden? But I think it helps people to feel more in control of their own food. And I think we really need education was the one thing I was going to mention, creating food literacy, that if you can educate a population to feel as though they have more efficacy and control, then hopefully that can spread. And I think we have to start with the young people, the youth. Right? That's why I think school gardens are important, because it takes a while to grow food, and in this society, patience is something that we've gotten away from. And so creating patience to watch something grow and to having that feeling that you can create a meal for yourself, I think is really important. And community gardens get us started in that direction, as well as other things. And I'm going to leave it at that, because there's something else I want to talk about. I'm going to wait.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Tom, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Sure. I was asked to consider what the consequences of long-term food insecurity is in connection to economic prosperity. I think the important part of the question is, one, is it presupposes, importantly, that food insecurity is not a moral problem, right? So oftentimes we frame social interventions as moral breakdowns for which we have to intervene in someone who has made some sort of bad choice. The reality of the question, I think, that's important is we have to understand, let's put that aside for a moment, because one, again, I would tell you that if you understood the choices a lot of folks have, you would understand the decisions they've made. The coping strategies are staggering. Most of us, I would tell you, would collapse under the weight of the responsibilities of people who are food insecure or economically challenged. We'll put that aside for a moment. I think what we understand about this question, which is important, is that food insecurity is impacting the workforce. Right? So fundamentally, employers' abilities to have colleagues who are reliable, capable, who are able to focus attention and responsibility to their jobs is challenged by households that are food insecure. What does that mean? Well, it means, again, as an employer, you're unable to meet some of the obligations that you've made to the community for your sales, your goods, your products, probably to your shareholders, right? So that's one aspect of it. You also then have a problem with your retail sector if you're business to consumer, or even business to business. You're able to produce the products, services that you need for the community if you don't have that capability. And then moreover, if your services particularly are B2C, do you have enough consumers that can afford the goods, products, and services that you're providing? So if you don't care about the moral argument, which we understand that may not be important to someone, the point we would make to employers is statistically 18% of your employee base, maybe as low as 14, depending upon the time frame we're in, are accessing our services on a regular basis. Is that a good long-term strategy for your business success? It'd be a good question for you to ask, right? Because I think that's one of the challenges that we ultimately face. And so I believe, part of the great thing about this conversation we're having is we're moving the conversation away from some of the tropes that we're used to into a conversation about community capability, productivity, safety, and security. And food security inside of households is a direct benefit to community stability, right? One leads to the other. And so from our perspective, this is a really important thing that I think all communities can get behind.
Excellent, thank you. David, did you want to add anything to this particular question?
Yeah, I would like to add on to what Dr. Dorsey was talking about, just to give an example of the potential importance of community gardens, but also education. So, and this is where I get to tout about a project. We have funding from the USDA. It's called the program is called the 15th Street Farm Nutrition Education Program. So we're working with a small urban farm in downtown St. Pete with this funding. And we're also working with local area schools. And one of the themes of this program is connecting kids with soil, plants, and health. So we talk about the health of the soil, the health of the plants, the health of humans. So we're going out to schools and teaching kids how to grow food. They're going to this small community farm, urban farm, and learning about the foods being grown there and making the connection between eating healthy and being healthy and growing your own food. We're working with kids as young as 5 years of age. And we think this is, could potentially be lasting. We're also working with the teachers and administrators at several of these schools who have school gardens, and we have funds to renovate those gardens and to provide resource for sustainability of these gardens. Often these gardens get started and with all good intentions, but people are spread really thin and they kind of fall by the wayside. So there is a sustainability component in here. So I think there's great potential in local food production, but we really have to start with young kids. And that's one of the goals of this program.
There is a community garden in the University Area Community Development Corporation, which is adjacent to our campus. And I was thinking back to our keynote speaker spoke about folks not knowing how to cook, they actually placed a kitchen facility right next to the garden area, so that and mostly it's young people, but not all. My group had worked with young people, but getting young people used to working with the soil, growing things, but then knowing what to do with them once they've grown them. So I would like to ask Simon a question directly, turning away just for a moment from the community conditions, but how has U.S. trade policy affected agricultural production in the state of Florida, or more broadly in the U.S.? And in turn, what impact have these national decisions had on our local communities?
Well, like one of the previous speakers was saying, the Farm Bill has become a very kinetic sort of deal, but NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, was superseded recently by USMCA, which is U.S. Mexico Canada trade agreement. For specialty crop growers, which Florida is the second largest specialty crop grower in the country after California, specialty crops being fruits, vegetables, tree nuts, and then processed fruit like dried fruit and things of that, frozen fruit and vegetables, and dry peas, which Montana and North Dakota are big producers of those crops. But it has significantly negatively directly impacted Florida because of our number one trading partner is Mexico. It's like our previous speaker was saying, it's no longer China, and Mexico has gone from let's see, I had a number here in their blueberry production has gone through the roof, and it's and they harvest their blueberries at the same time we harvest our blueberries here in Florida. So the market gets flooded with cheap Mexican blueberries, and the buyer, whoever they may be, seeks out the cheapest price. So, and our production costs are higher, our regulations are more expensive to meet. Our food safety laws take time and money to implement, and will be what we pay a worker in the U.S. per hour. They pay the same worker in Mexico for a day's labor. So their production costs are significantly cheaper, and labor cost is the largest cost. So that's kind of a little bit with Florida, how it's directly impacted, trade policy has directly impacted Florida.
Thank you. Given what the world has experienced with the pandemic, and our keynote spoke about that impact, which can't be underestimated, and the ongoing war in Ukraine, how secure are food supply chains at the local and regional levels across the United States? And what can be done at either the local or regional level to ensure that food supply chains are not disrupted? I'm going to hand this one off to Tom.
Thank you. So I think what we experienced during the pandemic, I don't know that we need to replow that ground, but you had, at the start of it, a significant availability of food as most growers, manufacturers had to dump an awful lot of food into the system immediately. So the good news was, at the moment which the pandemic hit, there was a lot of excess supply, and you referenced that a moment ago, and it got pushed into organizations like ours who pushed it out into the community. But then, as you'll recall, we saw a significant drop in resources, right? And then we entered into a much lumpier period where a lot of products and goods were not available to us. We saw that. And our observation of that was, and that we could take from this, is that the fragility of the supply chain of food in our communities is far shakier than we thought it was. I think probably we thought there was a greater level of immunity and stability, and then it turned out that there really was. And this is because, again, as we experience this, whether you're dealing with the grower as we do, the manufacturer as we do, or the retailer as we do, all three of them experienced different problems as it related to the pandemic. And all three of them reacted differently at different times based on a variety of different pressures that they were facing. What we saw as a result of that was a couple of different things that we're still experiencing today. Again, I want to come back to the families that we serve. The underpinning of the families that tend to be in our care was already economically precarious. If you don't know this, the average savings of a person in our care is about $600. So that was eaten up pretty quickly. One of the reasons why we're having the challenges we have today post-COVID is because the underlying capability of households is already weakened by the impact of the pandemic, where coping strategies really robbed a lot of families of their resources. But what's happened now to the food supply system is pretty simple. One is the cost of goods has gone up dramatically for the folks we serve. So again, if you think about it here in Florida, if you think about most of us sitting in this audience probably today, 35% of our expenses are gas, food, and rent, right? For the families we serve, it's typically about 60% of their monthly budget. So the impact of that increase in those costs is dramatic, right? So you see families that are really struggling to cope. So one, you see the ability of a family to take care of their basic resources, and I want to point out what's been said a couple of times but should be obvious, that is driving people towards unhealthy foods. Because those foods are typically less expensive and can be gathered in greater quantities, which when you're faced with economic instability, you're going to try and leverage your resources as much as you can. But the other thing that's not thought about with all of this, our ability as an organization to provide relief services has skyrocketed. And our funding has not come along with it. And so far more is expected or needed of us, and we have far less resources to do that. And again, we're emblematic of a whole lot of other folks in this arena. We happen to handle the food in this arena, but so you're seeing a greater challenge, and the difference between what's needed and what's being provided post-COVID continues, the separation between the two continues to grow.
Would you care?
Simon, would you if I can get in on this a little bit. The food supply chain is built for efficiency and not just on demand efficiency. You know, here in Florida, we produce fresh market tomatoes often for the food service industry. So sliced tomatoes for big beefy tomatoes that taste good for, you know, McDonald's, for the cruise ship industry, for restaurants, for go to the grocery store and slice them up. Northern Indiana, California, they produce a lot of tomatoes for the process industry. So Red Gold tomatoes in Northern Indiana have a lot of processed tomatoes. And then there's specialty tomato growers. So each region produces different types of crops for maybe a different market segment. But and so here locally, when COVID hit, we had tomato growers that were right in the middle of their harvest season and nowhere to distribute to, because all the cruise ships shut down, all the restaurants shut down, people going out and eating shut down, just completely overnight shut down. And so those markets disappeared immediately, and they had to think on their feet. A lot of them just didn't harvest tomatoes because it was more expensive to harvest tomato than they could get out of it. Some growers in Ruskin sold, you could go down to Ruskin and buy 50 pounds of tomatoes for 25 bucks. Well, that's a pretty good deal if you know how to can 50 pounds of tomatoes. I gave them away to my neighbors, you know, just to help out some guys I knew. But that's how the ag industry in Florida and the U.S. is designed. It's around efficiency and production. And as far as other food chain disruptions, COVID was one example, but I put together a little list from September 19th, 2020 till today. There's been over 100 different food supply chain disruptions. There were at least 38 fires on farms and food processing facilities around the U.S. in the last 3 years. There's been 43.3 million poultry killed because of bird flu. 5 million bees died after a flight from California to Alaska was diverted to Georgia. Doesn't seem like direct flight. Two planes crashed into food processing facilities in Idaho and Georgia. A pork processing facility in California and a poultry processing facility in Tennessee were shut down for, I'm not sure why. Limestone train derailed in Jensen Beach on the other coast. Irrigation water was shut off in California and dumped into the Delta for who knows why, salinity issues or whatever. An oil refinery caught on fire in Indiana and shut down diesel supply to 4 Midwestern states. Big deal. September 19th and 20th, 2020, 2 grain handling facilities were shut down in Iowa and Minnesota right in the fall during when you harvest corn and soybeans. So they're handling a lot of grain, a lot of trucks coming in, barges going out. That was a cyber attack. The facility in Iowa it was a $5.9 million ransom. And these aren't large corporate facilities. It's not an ADM. It's a family-run business. Yeah, it's a corporation, but it's a corporation for tax purposes and for to pass on to the next generation. So there's been a lot of supply chain disruptions over the last 3 years for various reasons. Maybe some of them on purpose, maybe some of them just because, but that causes fluctuations in market and ability to access those food products.
Thanks, Simon. Joe, would you care to speak on the stability and wellness of our supply chain?
So the supply chain is another threat that I believe we haven't even started talking about yet, which is climate change. Now, if you kind of think about that, we've had over 10,000 years of agricultural, progress, and where you have stable temperatures. Now we don't have those stable temperatures, weather patterns. Of course, living here in Florida, we're dealing with hurricanes, but we see that there's flooding taking place in other parts of the country. Forests are burning because the temperatures are rising, seas are rising, once again causing more flooding. Drought conditions, you name your disaster, we have it happening, right? But agriculture needs stability, right? You think about growing, you have topsoil, you have sunlight, and you have precipitation to rain. What happens if the rain doesn't show up? What happens if the topsoil is eroded? What happens if you have too much water and the flood washes everything away? So these are issues that we're going to be dealing with in the future that are going to definitely affect the food chain. And so one of the things that I think we need to start looking more towards in the future is more controlled environmental farming, such as vertical farming and hydroponics and things like that. Urban environments, and over half the world's population lives in urban environments. And so we depend a lot on the rural environment to grow our food. But most of us live in the cities. And so in a way, I think that the future is going to be having urban agriculture and having, we have brownfields, we have warehouses, we have shipping containers, we have greenhouses, we have all these places where we can actually grow crops as a supplement. And I'm not going to say that we can really replace regular agriculture, but we do need to have these alternatives. If you think about something, say like hydroponics or aquaponics, these are systems that are basically nutrients, fluid that's there, so you're not using soil. You could allow certain parts of the country to be fallow. That's one thing we used to do, is let the soil replenish itself. We could also have areas where we rewild, which will deal with carbon sequestration. So if we continue to grow in the rural areas, it's fine. But what happens if the pollinators don't show up in time, or they show up too soon? And so we're really depending upon an unstable environment. And I feel as though because we've created this problem, we need to find solutions to that. I always have this vision of a place, say downtown. Think about, you go downtown areas and you see condos, big high-rise building. But imagine if you saw condos where instead of for residents, they were for growing food. We're growing, you have, fruit on one level, vegetables on another level. You could have people actually live in these buildings to tend to the crops. You know, they live there on reduced rate, 24-hour attention to the crops. Imagine at the bottom of this building, a restaurant where all the food that's being grown in the building is in the restaurant or the cafeteria. Imagine trucks leaving these buildings, going out to different neighborhoods, taking fresh produce that's grown right there in the city to various communities. And so I think that this is something, you know, you need to have a great investment in it. And if we can make these things off grid, which would be another great, I was going to relate that to military stuff. I've been talking to people about, you know, military chains. Imagine if you have soldiers who are growing food within decampments and so forth, or embassies. I was talking to a guy who said he worked at an embassy, and sometimes they're in hostile environments, and it's hard to go out into the areas to get food, but if you can grow it there. So there's a security aspect to it for food deserts as well, for communities. So I'm going to leave it at that, because there's much more to say about it, but I feel as though this needs to be something that's supplemental. It provides jobs, it provides opportunities, and it gives us the ability to control, you know, keep pests out, to vandalism. A lot of problems are solved by growing the food within controlled environments. And so I think that's something we should consider. I mean, of course, we need to deal with issues like Ukraine and the pandemic, but I think if we don't address climate change by trying to deal with it or have adaptive measures, we're going to find that supply chains are going to continue to be disrupted and get worse.
Thank you, Joe. We're here at the University of South Florida, which is an institution dedicated to providing education. And I'd like to spend just a little bit of time with David talking about the impact of food insecurity and hunger on education and educational attainment. We're all familiar with food programs in our elementary and middle and high schools that often are a lifeline for families. Students are able to get breakfast, lunch, and in some schools, bring food home on the weekend to help feed their entire family. So David, given that we're sitting here in an institution that needs to be able to have individuals who are able to learn and focus and be healthy in that regard, do you have any thoughts on sort of the impact of food insecurity on educational attainment?
Sure. I mean, again, there's decades of data now that show that kids who go to school hungry can't concentrate, are more likely to have behavioral problems and not do as well in school. And there are all these programs out there, you know, free and reduced lunch, the breakfast program. In Tampa Bay, I believe Feeding Tampa Bay there's 75 school-based pantries, which is great. But it's still a significant problem. There is this need to ensure food security so that students can learn and be prepared for eventual work, you know, employment, work readiness, military readiness. All of this needs to be addressed early on in the lives of children. But I also want to bring your attention to the issue of food insecurity among college students, which is getting a lot more attention now. We always talk about the starving college student. And it's not just you know, something you say in passing, it's a real problem. So in 2020, this was right before the pandemic, there was a survey of 167,000 students from 227 institutions, higher education institutions in the US. 39% of those students were food insecure in the prior 30 days. 46% were housing insecure in the previous year, and 17% were homeless in the previous year. This is an ongoing problem. And one thing we did is their data from USF, there were about almost 1,800 students who took this national survey who attend USF. And unfortunately, the food insecurity rate was higher than the national average among our own students. Now, when you think about it, it's not that surprising, considering the backgrounds that many of our students come from, working class families. We look at what's going on nationally, but in particular in Tampa Bay with the rising cost of living, rents, inflation, utilities. So there are a lot of students struggling. We also found in the study that food insecure students were more likely to experience challenges. They had higher mean scores for psychological distress, loneliness, and suicidal ideation. Also, they tended to report lower GPAs. Now, this is not unique to USF. I'm not singling out USF. It's a nationwide problem. And we as a university, I think, are doing a pretty good job. We have these food pantries, but I don't think the demand is much greater than the resources available. So, you know, one of the things about the state of Florida is this: we have all these metrics we have to follow: graduating on time, getting, you know, a good job after you graduate. Well, if we have lots of food insecure students, they're going to be less likely to graduate or not do as well. They may drop out. So I think it needs to be a priority. And the legislature has discussed this before in terms of, I forget the legislation that didn't pass last year about having food secure universities and colleges. But it's something that definitely needs to be addressed if we're going to meet the metrics that the state is setting for higher education in the state.
Thank you, David. I have one last question, and then we'll turn the floor over to you. This is one where we're going to turn to our armed forces. U.S. military families and veterans experience food insecurity at higher rates than the general population. Why is this the case, and what kinds of policies and programs could be put in place to reduce food insecurity across our armed forces? And has U.S. military readiness been affected by hunger? I'm going to start with Simon.
Well, I can address a certain aspect of that. Susie Malloy is the chapter president for Blue Star Families here in Tampa, and she held a food basket giveaway for 400 active duty folks at MacDill March 23rd, I believe, and there were 2 strawberry farmers that donated quite a bit of strawberries. I had to hook the trailer to the back of my truck to fit them all in, and the local dairy donated 800 half gallons of milk to that, as well as many other companies in the area donated food to that. We've also established the military agriculture tour here, where the extension office will take active, retired, their spouses out and show them the variety and diversity of agriculture in Hillsborough County. And a program we established in 2016 was the Veterans Florida Agriculture Program, which has seen almost 100 veterans and transitioning personnel go through. They work at the UFIFAS ag research facilities around the state. And we've had 100% job offer rate for graduates of that program. It's a 6-month paid internship, and 80% job acceptance rate. So for veterans and for personnel transitioning out of the military, that's probably been one of the most successful veteran programs in the country, if in any category. So from a veteran standpoint, I think there's opportunities there. From active duty, there's because of base access and different things across the nation, it might be a little more limited as to how to help them be more food secure.
Tom, is this something that you're seeing at Feeding Tampa Bay?
Yeah, I think our numbers, I think generally you mentioned before 16%. Our numbers show closer maybe to 18 or 20% of folks are active retired military that are seeking our assistance. And so yes, we work with several organizations, the Batista Project, others who are directly trying to make sure that they get food to veterans. I would end with this because I think it's the only thing that we need to say. We ask people to protect our basic freedoms, and then we will not feed them. At what point is that okay? Thanks.
It's not okay. David, do you have any comments on this question?
I was just looking the other day at some more recent data, I believe, from the Household Pulse Survey, and this is from April 21 to February 22, and at least according to this survey, 23% of active duty households with children reported food insecurity. 16% of all active duty households Yeah, and I also mentioned veterans. There's a very high food insecurity rate among veterans. There's quite a bit being done, for example, at the VA over here. I know some of the folks who are working on issues around addressing food insecurity and gardens, which is great work, but again, the resources are minute, and the extent of the problem is much greater. So it really needs to be, increased.
Resourced.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. At this point in the program, I'd like to open up questions from our audience. We have a mic stationed in the center. Okay. If you would tell us your name, and we're hoping that your statement will be in the form of a question.
I'm not sure about that point. My name is Rafael Pérez-Escamilla from the Yale School of Public Health. And I'm sorry, but it's a comment, but I have to make it because it was triggered by Dr. David Himmelgreen with one of his comments. So I think that this issue that was brought up by David about how food insecurity in infancy ends up leading to kids presenting more aggressive behaviors when they are in, say, elementary school is very pertinent to this conference, because that is a type of evidence that, by the way, a lot of it comes from the ECLS, the Early Childhood Longitudinal Survey from the US Department of Education, that says that if we invest in protecting the food security of human beings since the beginning of life, it is much less likely they are going to develop aggressive behaviors later on in life, and it is more likely then that there will be less conflict with other people's, societies against each other and issues like that. So I just happen to think that that piece of evidence is very powerful and thought-provoking.
Thank you. Anyone want to dispute this? No.
No, I think I could add on to it. I just recently had a book chapter co-authored and published on breastfeeding as a foundation for sustainable diets. And I really didn't think it was appropriate to talk about it at that time until he mentioned, the beginning. And so I think it's important, being the Peace Corps volunteer, I got a chance to see breastfeeding done openly by women, and I understood that this was the normal way that we feed infants. There's benefits to that, antibodies and the colostrum that gives the good digestive system. But I think ultimately, if when you're talking about being separated from that and eventually becoming an angry person, maybe that might be it. This is a connection that forms with the mother and infant from the very beginning. And if they continue to look at it as a natural thing, then it may lead to better nutrition. If you don't just start stuffing a plastic bottle and rubber nipple in the kid's mouth and give them this artificial milk that's basically cow milk for a different species, right? And that gives them the natural mother's milk, then you don't create that natural feeling of sustainability that we want through a diet that continues to be more naturalistic and more holistic. And so if you start off giving kids artificial food, then you end up with artificial children.
Thank you. Yes.
Lovely. Dan Sellen from the Joanna and Brian Lewison Center for Child Nutrition, University of Toronto. Really enjoying the panel. And we have a project on infant nutrition security in the city of Toronto with really vulnerable groups as a way to mobilize, focus on babies, and then translate that into broader action, including food prescriptions for families in need. So that's a really nice way of framing. So I do have a question, I promise. I'm going to ask the question clearly, and then I'm going to use 4 statements from each of our presenters in a way you'll see in a moment I hope will be helpful. So my question is, given the data, and we heard beautiful examples of actual data, I'm dealing with this sort of speaking to the choir issue here that we kind of share in such meetings, right? We're all persuaded by some of the reasoning, but my question is, what are the causes of policy inaction? What are the causes of policy inaction in each of the areas? Let me just, so for example, we've heard learning is blunted among students. Here's the counter-argument, but the young are resilient, right? We've heard farm production and distribution is suffering a welter of challenges in an ongoing basis that most people don't have an awareness of. That many people would hear that and say, yeah, but we've got subsidies and capitalism, and that system adjusts. That's what we want a market economy to do. We've heard that communities are pinched, but you know, hardship keeps labor costs down, right? You see my point. There's a counter-argument that justifies the data that we're hearing. And charities will always pick up the slack when things get hard. Food banks can just grow, and then they grow down again. So my point is, all of the examples we've heard that we might ourselves interpret as reasons to boost policy in certain directions, there are counter-narratives and, in fact, misinformation actors who would take the same data and work it in a totally opposite direction. So that's back to my question. What are the causes of inaction in the face of this kind of data?
Thank you for such a thoughtful question. So we'll have a lightning round for any of our panelists who would like to participate. So we'll give you 1 minute so that we have a chance to address some other questions as well. Are there?
I'll hit that one off first. Very good question. I like the way you framed it. Workforce participation rate to this year is 62.5% of working age adults. So it's always been between 60 and 65% for the last 20 years, but why isn't it 70 or 75%? More people working, making money. There are certain policies, maybe, this is theory, that just keep them out of the workforce. And this isn't handicap or people like that. Of the Farm Bill, depending on the numbers you look at, of this year, the Farm Bill is slated to be about $1.4 trillion. Where's that number? 94 to 80% of that is for non-farm uses. So the farmer isn't getting it. It's for SNAP, food programs, things of that nature.
And Sellen, you're at time.
Yep, the second largest use is crop insurance. So not much is going towards production agriculture.
Maybe I can also take a stab at this. I mean, I think there's been a general lack of awareness. Those of us who've been involved in this research for a long time see all these connections and the magnitude of the problem and how it can have a lifelong effect. But I think there could be a counter-argument to the counter-argument. So you talked about the market before, and there are also good data showing the cost-effectiveness of ensuring food security. So for example, we know that SNAP can reduce food insecurity rates by 30%. We know that SNAP, for every $2, there's up to a $2 return in economic activity for every $1 spent on SNAP. And now we're talking about cuts in SNAP, but look at the economic, benefits of it. And lastly, we do know that low-income adults who receive SNAP save between $1,400 and $5,000 in annual healthcare costs. And with exploding healthcare costs in this country, I mean, those are real concrete data. So that could be a counter-argument to the counter-argument.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Take our next question.
Yes, thank you for having this. My name's Alex Barron. I'm with the UACDC Garden. I manage it, so thanks for mentioning that. And everybody's welcome to come by on Friday mornings from 9 to 11 for that experience of gardening. But I'm still very like a novice in this journey, so this has been highly enlightening, and I have a lot to look up. But Tom, you mentioned that the need is increased for these services, but the funding isn't following suit. Why is that? And like, what is the biggest? If it seems so obvious, like what? If not that, what is the biggest catalyst for funding?
There's a lot of different answers to the question. I would make a couple of points that are, I think, important to note. you're generally not going to solve a social ill with charitable funding. Yet we somehow think that's going to work. I don't know why we think that, but somehow we think that the widow's mite is going to solve hunger in a community. It won't. So one, you have an attitude and an outlook that says charities can step in, and they should. Charities only go as far as funders take us. So an organization like ours, 98% of everything we bring in, we put back out into the community. That's a pretty staggeringly successful rate, right? But still, we're not going to get there. So I think, coming back to the previous question, you ultimately have to look back at policy. Really, everything comes back to how you want to implement policy, I think. So one is simply that it's too great a pressure already on the charitable system to deal with the problem. But what you have right now also is typically during crises, funding for organizations like ours increases dramatically because people say, oh, I see this on the news, I understand this is a problem. Pandemic, government shutdowns, hurricanes, we see significant increase. But that usually handles the crisis. It never handles the aftermath of the crisis. And the tail of a crisis is far longer than the, right? And the economic impact is far longer, because when we say something like a hurricane, we have 3 different responses. The first is immediate MREs, water, how do we keep people just okay and comfortable? We then start to provide other foods that are hand consumable. They may or may not have power, but then we also have to rebuild pantries. Right, so crises generally bring funding. We're in as big a crisis today as we were during the pandemic statistically, yet our funding is off by 45% during the pandemic. So, at the end of the day, it's a math problem. It's probably also a will problem.
Okay. Thank you. Hi there, Steve Mayer with the Center for Leadership and Civic Engagement here at USF, and my question for the panel is, what do you think it would take for there to be greater community and legislative support for community gardens, especially considering that most front yard or backyard gardens would be banned by most homeowners association here even in Florida and perhaps other states where unless you plant, if you have tomato or basil in your backyard, you get fined $1,000 because you didn't plant St. Augustine grass instead. It seems like an unsustainable way, especially at the rate of development that's been continuing in Florida and other states as well.
That's to you, Simon.
Yeah. And several of the speakers mentioned this, just the commitment to a community garden. Not many people have the long-term commitment to see a season through, much less years through. And it's a supplemental source of nutrition. You're not getting many calories out of a head of lettuce. You're going to get calories from that bag of Doritos. That's just fact. And there's other issues. There's food safety issues, potentially following food safety guidelines. There's local ordinance issues. City of Tampa doesn't allow for commercial agriculture within city, not to pick on Tampa, but doesn't allow for commercial agriculture within city limits. You can have 5 backyard chickens. That's it. You mentioned HOAs. That's another good example where they won't allow you to plant stuff, and even if you could, it would be a supplemental nutrition. So that would cover that.
Thank you.
Okay, panel, thank you for your information. Simon, I would agree. A lot of industries were probably, for their supply chains, they were optimized for efficiency at the expense of effectiveness. And I think in many cases that expanded the fragility window that many industries have seen. Given the peculiarities of food insecurity and just the food industry in general, how would you say that, or anyone on the panel, how could we make the supply chain for the food-related industry more resilient to take care of those things that certainly wouldn't be a black swan, but make us more resilient in the long run so that we show that we've learned some lessons from the recent era? Thank you.
It's a multifaceted problem. Farmers are one of the most highly regulated industries in the country. Most people don't think about that, but to start a farm, you're dealing with the EPA, the Department of Labor, Department of Health, state, local level county politics and ordinances. So for local farmers, for especially crop growers anywhere in the country, there's food safety regulations that they have to follow. There's food safety protocols. There's if they are involved in the federal H-2A program, the guest worker program, they have to. It's vastly expensive. The state minimum wage doesn't go up to $15 an hour till 2025. The adverse wage rate for the H-2A program today is $14.33, and a vast majority, 85 to 90% of farm workers in Florida are the guest H-2A program. So the farmer has to provide transportation to and from their country of origin for free. They have to provide free housing that's inspected by the Department of Health on a monthly basis. They have to provide food stipends or cook meals for them for free. They have to provide transportation to and from the doctor, the grocery store, the post office, the whatever. So, and with other incentive bonuses that worker may have, that the farmer here in Hillsborough County particularly is paying that worker about $22 an hour. Now they're working their butts off, granted, but most local people, kids, growing up, in high school, I worked every day on the farm. Kids today won't do that. And so they're paying per hour a foreign worker what that worker would make in a day in their country of origin. So just cost of production, they can produce blueberries in Mexico for a fraction of the cost that we can produce blueberries here in Florida. So it's a multifaceted, several aspects to diversifying and to fortifying the food system, and then it comes down to nature.
Simon, we need to take
seasonality.
our last question. Only because the general's sitting in front of me, and I know he'll want to stop on time. We have time for one more question.
Thank you. This has been a summit that delivered a lot more in terms of information, but the reality is the situation is far worse than what I suspected here and abroad. And if policy is where it needs to start, I agree, charitable organizations, NGOs may not make the difference. Who will be the champion of raising awareness in the public? And for policy change, that compared to 2-3 years ago, I found out that the food lobby is the most capitalized on the Hill. So obviously someone is working for policy change, but not for those who are in the periphery. Right. They're working for the industry. And I've seen corporate social responsibility absent as a means of change. Thank you.
What can we do to affect change?
Okay. Well, it seems to me that, we need to start at the political level of getting people that, have similar views to be the ones in charge. And also, I still think that being more decentralized in communities and depending more on ourselves is one of the keys, because we are kind of dependent on corporate chains of food production and so forth. I mean, they're not going to go away, but, and it is hard. Like we talked about, who wants to spend time, digging in the dirt, and anymore kids don't have the interest. But we're going to have to start to create that interest, because it's how we're going to make it. I'm in the College of Sustainability. The only way we're going to sustain ourselves is to be able to become stewards. That's one of the things I tell students all the time, is, well, how do we instill that feeling of accountability and responsibility in people so that the individual takes control of their own lives. It starts with the youth, with education, and giving them opportunities to see that they are able to make a difference, that efficacy in the future. So I don't know what the solution is, but we at least have to start with trying to instill a new way of looking at our future. I coined the term sustainabilitist, or sustainabilitism as the new ism, that, we've already gone through these other isms. We've been through environmentalism, socialism, capitalism, and communism. But if we're going to really survive this era of sustainability, which is the 21st century, there won't be any other isms. So we're going to have to find out a way to be much more focused on being sustainabilitist, that everything we do focuses on having a more sustainable way of life, whether it's how we, purchase items, the food that we eat, the energy that we use, the clothing we wear, and who we advocate for, who we boycott or invest in. We just have to figure those things out, because that's the way we have to go.
Thank you, Joe. I think Tom was going to make a statement and then.
Okay.
You sure?
Well, I guess I would tell two stories, and maybe it would be the wrap-up for me. I think the first story is this. If you don't know the story about Feedable, which is the pantry on campus, how'd that get started? A student named George, who was a student here at USF, came to us at the food bank and asked if he could talk to me one day. He walked in, he sat down in my office, and he said, a lot of my fellow students are hungry. Do you think you can help? And so we put one of the first pantries on site in a college in the United States here at USF, which spoke to the courage of a young man who had the ideation to say, I want my community to be better, I want my students to be better, and also a university that was willing to step forward in a way that could be perceived as risky.
Many people were shocked.
Correct.
that there was this situation of hunger.
So one story is the story of hope, and that's the short-term intervention that one person can provide. The other thing that I would say is, 10 years ago when I got here, I was reading the local newspaper, and there was a lovely, well-written article in the newspaper arguing for better policies to feed children in our community. And so I read the op-ed piece, was moved by it, and called the author. The author was David Himmelgreen. And David and I sat down and had lunch 10 years ago, and we said, how can we ultimately change our community for the better around the issue of food security? And because of that, the Center for the Advancement of Food Security and Healthy Communities exists. And so one is a short-term answer. Let's intervene today to make sure that someone is fed. The other is a long-term answer. Let's bring a group of committed individuals together that provides research, opportunities to become a more stable and healthy community. And I would tell you, for you sitting here in Tampa, the studies that David's team and our team have done have been employed by food banks around the United States. That we're changing policy and practice, not just here, but around our entire country. And that's just because a group of individuals said, or two yo-yos having lunch together 10 years ago, said, hey, let's do this differently and better.
I don't think we would describe you as yo-yos. I think we would give you much more credit. David, did you want to add to that, and we'll say some
they go and come back again.
That's right. I actually did want to, in the earlier session today, I also said, what are the bright spots? What is the positive? And I think there's always some positive. I think Thomas pointed out some of the positives. Sometimes it just takes one person to make a difference. One thing I can say through the work of our center, but in general, since the pandemic, I can't tell you how many students have contacted me and other faculty about wanting to work in this arena. They're really interested in food security and food sovereignty and social justice. So that's where I hang my hopes on, is this next generation of young adults who are going to take this even more seriously than we did and push policy ahead. Because before I mentioned this, in the 2022 Global Food Security Report, the U.S. got a score of 0 for commitments to food security policy. So it's going to take that kind of grass level interaction and movement to push policy forward. So I think that is the bright spot.
So I'm going to provide just a few wrap-up comments, and then we'll give a rousing round of applause to our panelists. But what I'm hearing is an urgency for confronting hunger at home and abroad, not just during crisis times, right, when those donations flow in, but then they aren't sustainable. A need for more thoughtful and strategic policy around this issue, a recognition that the demand is often greater than available resources, and that there's often need in places where you may not expect need to exist. And I hear lots of options for outreach, awareness about agricultural production, future farmers of America for everyone. I think Simon and I would both contest that if you grow up on a farm, there's no opting out of work, but it's not something that we would necessarily, we might choose as a career if we hadn't grown up in that environment. Outreach for gardening, cooking, and canning, right? We all need to become better aware of that. Education about the consequences of hunger and a compromised food supply, and then this message of hope that there are individuals who at the individual level can make an impact and collectively can make an impact through organizations like the Institute that David runs, through Feeding Tampa Bay, through the concentration that the Patel Center for Global Sustainability offers, and obviously through our Ag Extension offices. So I'm so pleased to have been invited to participate in this conversation. I hope you've enjoyed it and found it enlightening and thought-provoking. I want to thank our panelists for their time. Your time is valuable, so thank you for sharing that with us today, and thank you for sharing your expertise and your thoughts about this really important topic, and thank you for General McKenzie. And we're 1 minute to 3.
What a great discussion.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Caruson, and to all of our distinguished speakers. Really fantastic, thought-provoking information. So as I mentioned before the panel began, for everyone in here with us today, we're going to take a short break before the breakout sessions. And for our virtual audience, for our live stream, this is the conclusion of the day, the conclusion of the conference. We hope all of you have enjoyed it. You learned a lot from it, and we look forward to having you with us for our next event, hopefully in person, so you too can take advantage of these breakout sessions, which will become a standard part of the conferences and events we put on. Please check our website over the coming weeks for updates, articles, reports pertaining to this conference. And for everyone in the room, a final reminder, please. We're going to reconvene here in the auditorium following your breakout session. So pick which one you want to attend. And when you're done, we'll take a short break after that and then come back here and we'll hear highlights and key takeaways from each of the breakouts. So that's it, break time. Please be at your breakout room at 3:20, and the room assignments are on the slide above, and there's signs outside each room. There is one in here, yes. Come back here at 4:10. All right, everyone, if you're out in the lobby and you're intending to come on back in, please start making your way back to your seats. Thanks for coming back, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the breakout sessions. It's a new feature that we're having with our events, and we've been finding that the feedback and has been very good with them, and we hope to keep improving them. And in case any of you couldn't be in 3 places at one time, we thought it would be a good idea to bring everyone back here and just have a little talk, a little conversation about the key takeaways from all of the breakout sessions. And once again, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Dr. David Himmelgreen.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for coming back. I know it's getting late in the day, but what we would like to do again is just have, again, each of the folks who were involved in the 3 breakout sessions to briefly summarize 1 or 2 points of takeaways from the sessions they had, so you all can learn a little bit more, because obviously you can only attend 1 breakaway given the time we had. So maybe I'll start with Peter.
I was hoping it'd go last that way to get every last minute. But, my 3 takeaways. The President's emergency plan for AIDS relief had a food a food portion to it that ended up being significant in Mozambique, but the leading cause of death in 2003 when it was initiated, now the African continent on the verge of epidemic control 20 years later. How 1,000 Points of Light, a localized approach that Dr. Birx herself had just recently told CBS Morning News a couple months ago. Second, Timor-Leste is actually, I didn't talk about it much, so I'll take a little bit, I'll burn a little clock here to talk about it now, but this is actually a case where the conflict legacy actually was almost a case closed. And the atrocities that took place there, including faminicide, as it was called, on behalf of the Indonesians, they forgave them and they moved on. They had a Peace and Reconciliation Commission for 2 years, really settled it out, and numerous free and fair elections since. Third point, strategic competition. If we're going to tit for tat this with our adversaries, the way that we've historically been doing it, we can expect more of the same, a la insanity principle. So it should really be about rules-based order. It should really be about localization. So,
thank you. Patrick.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we had quite a rangy discussion in our group that was looking first and foremost at what does a multi-dimensional, multi-industry approach to addressing and finding solutions to hunger as a weapon look like. And talked about a few examples, and in particular the need to have really tried to avoid working in silos, the need for us as different organizations with different comparative advantages to look at how we can better work together to try to ensure greater impact, bringing the different expertise and perspectives that we have to the field. And we were talking about a couple of examples of some of the work that we did as the ICRC with the World Bank or private Nigerian local financiers and the private sector to try and do stuff that we ourselves had either started or were not able to do, but really trying to look at how we can leverage expertise across different sectors to try and bring about a better impact for better food insecurity. We talked a bit about the need to invest in the long term in communities, to build trust, to be able to ensure that we identify the most effective what's going to be most effective in terms of building new approaches around, and to ensure that indeed there is proper full community buy-in for what it is that we're actually trying to achieve. And then we had a sort of side conversation that was really looking at the challenges to the law of armed conflict regime, how to try and reinforce that, issues around accountability, challenges to humanitarian action and effectiveness in the face of actors that are more difficult to persuade, let's say, and then finally looking at how humanitarian action can avoid ultimately ending up supporting political authorities, and how that can be managed through different mechanisms.
Thank you.
Well, we didn't do all of that in our session. So I recognize a lot of faces from our group here. I hosted a session called Dangerously Hungry, the link between food insecurity and conflict. Essentially, this is a readout of a report that we've just published in the past week or so on the ways that food insecurity drives instability around the world. We've always known this to sort of be anecdotally true. Capitol Hill knows it to be anecdotally true. We've tried to take this from the realm of the anecdotal into the realm of the empirical and give academia, research, et cetera, a good resource to put in front of students and think tanks and lawmakers to really cement this relationship that we know now to be true, and for which the evidence base has grown so substantially in the last 5 years alone. And we have 60 studies that we've included in Dangerously Hungry, peer-reviewed academic journal articles, and about 50% of all of the work done on this topic has been produced in the last 5 years alone. So that's a really important time to be thinking about food-related instability and really providing some academic foundations to that. You can find the report at wfpusa.org /dangerously hungry. Again, that's wfpusa.org/dangerously hungry. The other things that we talked about in our group, which I think are worth mentioning here, is that, I work predominantly up on Capitol Hill. My job is to convince American lawmakers to invest in foreign assistance, in food assistance specifically, and support for the World Food Program. And we talked a little bit about how support in Capitol Hill for the problem of global hunger is quite bipartisan and quite bicameral. this isn't a highly contested thing, right? There are different motivators that bring people to the table. You know, sometimes it's moral, sometimes it's economic, sometimes it's national security, and we have to speak to lawmakers in a language that they understand and lean in on one or all of those elements of why these programs matter. But I will say, most Americans think that we spend a much higher proportion of our budget, our $5 trillion budget, on foreign assistance, and that's just not true. You know, and so we talked a little bit in our group about public perceptions of foreign assistance spending and how to get constituents all across the United States to care and to lean on their lawmakers and give them a permission structure to spend more on these topics. Finally, I would just sort of make one comment on the day as a whole. You know, I think over the past 5 years, this question of food-related instability, or the ways that food insecurity leads to conflict, has gained so much momentum, and it gives me so much hope that this group, that General McKenzie and others, are lending their voices to this debate. Us in the humanitarian space can only knock on the Department of Defense's door so many times, but we need them to take a couple steps in our direction as well to understand. And I just want to make sure that as we go forward, that General McKenzie isn't a minority in the military community in caring about these issues. And I don't think that you are, and I think it's growing. But there are so many communities out there, including the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition, that I think need to get involved in these debates, and vice versa. There's a lot of connections, I think, swirling around in my mind to get GNSI involved in broader conversations that are already ongoing in this topic, and you can lend your very, I think, potent research and leadership to that broader debate that's already ongoing. So I'm really encouraged by all of this.
Okay. Thank you so much. I don't know if we have a few minutes for Q&A.
So if anyone has any questions for any of our gentlemen up here about any of what you've learned or heard throughout the day, or specifically in a breakout session, we have a few minutes if we want to take some time to do that.
So it really has been a wonderful day. That was a very beautiful wrap-up of the opportunities here that I think we would all agree on. So I'm just going to ask that question about the depth of conflicts. There were questions in our panel discussion with Dr. Cloutier and Dr. Himmelgreen about building back better after conflict has essentially displaced people who have capacity to make these systems work. And it got me thinking about the fact that many of the conflict places that are driving a lot of what we've all been talking about today are not recent conflicts. They go back sometimes centuries, and they're deep and hard to solve. So there's something more going on the global stage with these conflict settings. There's sort of deep, entrenched underbuilding. And so that's very different from what we were talking about with domestic food insecurity, right? Where we have huge capacities, assets all over the place. It's all about actually bringing them to bear on the issues that we agree really exist. So that, for me, is coming home as the two very different situations, a lot of commonalities, but you've got sort of deeply entrenched historical conflict, and you've got essentially lack of interest. These are very different sort of drivers that affect policy action. And I wondered if anyone had any thoughts on the conflict piece there.
I'm happy to jump in with another example, perhaps. But you mentioned Angola, actually, when we were talking during the break. I mean, here's a place where a long period of conflict, natural resource importance with the oil. U.S. corporations actually engaged there, perhaps more mutually than our U.S. government, backing the opposition party in their civil/proxy war, and so a lot of resentment that persists. A lot of resentment towards the oil industry, towards the capital flight going to Portugal and so forth. And yet, the opportunity to partner in these contexts still exists between governments. I can remember the first time I met the Secretary of Health in Angola when we met at a health conference in Angola. I just arrived within a month. When he went and shook my hand, he turned like this. And at first I didn't get it. I thought he was looking at somebody else. I said, that's odd. He's looking at somebody while he's shaking. And I went, oh. Okay, I get it now. And there were a lot of other people watching. That was like a signal, right? So as we got to know each other, I think primarily through the Angolans who I was working with, who they all tend to know each other. Got to know each other. He whispered in my ear. He said, "Peter, I know you all have this big thing about corruption here." He said, "You're not going to change anything overnight here about that." And he said, "But I have an idea." And he said, let's just keep it quiet. So none of your banners over anything, and we'll keep it hush hush. But let's send basically some of our top talent that's coming up to the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Finance, and let's get them to go do some summer university studies in the United States. They ended up going to Duke, both health and finance. And there was a Department of Treasury advisor who was in the Ministry of Finance. So anyway, some of these students went to Duke University for a month, very low budget sort of thing. 10 years later, one of them is now a minister, one of the first. I don't know if she is the first female minister, but one of the first female ministers in Angola. She was a part of this program, 2 national directors. And for the first time this year, Angola's MCC control of corruption indicator is green, at a time when in 2013 it was labeled as the most corrupt place on earth, right? And with all of these hostilities. And so at the end of my term, the first person who came to the U.S. Embassy held, now it was a social thing, it was not like the embassy hosting it, but my going away party, it was a Friday afternoon, I was still upstairs like signing all the things to make sure I could get out of there in time. And I got over the intercom, the Friday afternoons are canceled. Not canceled, it's a half day on Friday afternoon, so I was one of the few there. And I got over the intercom, is Peter Cloutier here? And I called down to the front desk and said, yeah. And I said, the Secretary of State for Health is here. Can somebody please come downstairs and greet him? So all this said, you can work out we can find solutions to these things if we can be persistent. And we can be sort of honest about really listening to just small little things and following up on them, and they can have big conclusions. Long story, sorry. Thank you.
Let me add to that really quickly before we get to your question, because one quick anecdote here. We set up a system over the last 5 or 10 years called the Integrated Phase Classification System to be able to empirically identify levels of hunger around the world in a way to prioritize where we're going to make our investments, right? This IPC scale measures everything from really low levels of coping all the way up to famine. And we are at the point now where that system is doing us very little good in terms of prioritizing, because so many people are in level IPC 4 and 5 today. So this isn't a question anymore of whether we should care or whether the American people should care about what's happening in other places around the world. At some point, we are going to have to. We're reaching a tipping point where if things continue to trend in the wrong direction here, and food insecurity leads to conflict, and conflict to food insecurity, we're going to be living in a world that is so fundamentally unstable that there won't be any easy, low-hanging fruit anymore in terms of food security interventions to sort of solve that problem going forward. So this is a state of where we are right now. People might not care, they're going to have to.
I had 2 questions. Is the availability or non-availability of potable water, does that issue run parallel with food shortages, or are they independent variables in most countries that have hunger and food insecurity?
Well, this came up in our conversation as well. I'm happy to jump in first, but I'm sure others will have something to add. But agriculture around the world is responsible for 70% of freshwater usage. So it is a huge percentage of, maybe not potable water, but certainly in terms of water usage. So these things are inextricably linked. We talked a little bit in our breakout session about how think tanks, academia, et cetera, who have food programs are now moving to food and water programs. So these things are increasingly being seen through a systems lens, and they are inextricably linked for sure. I don't know what else to say beyond that right now, especially as it relates to potable water and the health impacts of failing to invest in WASH or other campaigns. But so maybe I'll leave it at that as a context.
I had one more quick question. In countries where there is no conflict, what is the primary cause of hunger? Is it an evil government or lack of water or what? In non-conflict, where there is no active conflict going on in a country, but yet there is hunger.
Yeah, there are three main categories of drivers of hunger today. Conflict, man-made conflict is by far the largest, but economic shocks are close behind, especially in the back end of COVID-19 and what we've seen with Russia's invasion. So food prices are sort of a big deal in terms of people's ability to access food. It's one thing to have food available, it's another thing to be able to afford it, and that's the problem that we're seeing in a lot of places. The other is climate change. So those three buckets: climate, economics, and conflict. Climate change, of course, is driving and displacing millions of people every single year. It's making it hard to produce food. It's making food less nutrient dense. There's all sorts of impacts there. So even in peacetime, even in a place that isn't racked by man-made conflict, there are significant uphill battle to achieve food security in those places because of climate change impacts and because of broader economic conditions.
Thanks. Maybe just coming back on the potable water issue. I mean, that's certainly a big concern that we see definitely arising in many of the places that we work, in particular in the Middle East and Africa. We actually just put out a report a week or so ago on the overlap of climate change impact and conflict in the Middle East, looking in particular obviously at Iraq, Syria, and Yemen, where you see a very strong convergence of those two issues, of course. So you can find that on our website, or I can send it to you. But it's certainly a really, really big issue there, and I think that combined with the fact that you've got such big urban populations as well, and that they are in their own ways sort of less resilient because they are much more dependent on these essential urban infrastructure for their water, for their health needs, and so on and so forth. You have really big populations in these places that have very much interlinked needs that break down very rapidly when you start having conflict in the midst of that, and necessitate much more expensive and much more complex humanitarian responses than in a lot of the cases out in rural areas. Thanks.
Let me just add one point to this. Pacific Ocean. Food security is fish security, right? And so we've talked about land-based problems, but illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So this is taking place in places where there isn't armed conflict, but it's something brewing, and it's something to keep our eyes on while it's upstream, because certainly the artisanal, the domestic, commercial fisheries are already suffering from it. So maybe that's something that we can catch before it becomes more conflicted.
Okay, so what are some examples of successful and sustainable communities around the world that are reducing hunger or don't have a hunger issue, and how can we as America align with those countries?
Well, I can give you one good example from the work in the Sahel. We talked about the Sahel a lot today as a place where you're seeing conflict between herding communities and sedentary agricultural communities. WFP has a lot of work on resilience building there. It's things you wouldn't expect from a humanitarian organization, but it's things like digging half moons that allow folks to trap water in water-scarce environments and to grow food in really concentrated places. Those are very simple agricultural interventions that have been known to mankind for hundreds, if not thousands of years, but just haven't been implemented all that effectively. In the places where we've done resilience programming, in Niger in particular, across thousands of hectares of land, the folks who are involved in those programs, who are not just receiving assistance year in and year out, but actually transformational land rehabilitation projects, 80% of those folks are no longer in need of humanitarian assistance. So there are really easy, low-hanging fruit, easy wins that we can have if we roll out agricultural resilience programs alongside humanitarian food assistance programs. We just need to do more of those things. The problem is all of those land rehabilitation programs, the programs that involve resilience work, school feeding, et cetera, those things only work in places that are conflict-free, right? You cannot invest, no one's going to invest in land that's going to be bombed, no one is going to be invested in school feeding programs when kids can't go to school. So we need to make sure that, in this conflict and food insecurity, in virtuous circle, as General McKenzie mentioned, those situations, if it metastasizes much further than it does, there isn't going to be easy wins anymore.
And maybe just building on that, yeah, I mean, I'd fully subscribe. I think we have very similar experiences. At the local level, you can have actually relatively quick, relatively significant impact with some of the humanitarian programming that we do, and substantial community and individual success stories in terms of people getting back on their feet. I think the problem is that they still sit in communities and often in broader populations that are still very at risk or vulnerable to yet further shocks. And many of the places that we're talking about as being the ones at the heart of the sort of hunger problem are indeed, as I say, very much susceptible to, or have been very susceptible to the shocks of the COVID and now the Ukraine-Russia economic fallout. And one of the things that I think we've been talking about in recent years is, there's now a lot of climate finance available to help population states invest in climate resilience, climate adaptation, but it's least taken up and least available to those populations that live in these places that are most affected by conflict and that are actually the communities that most need that support. So there's this whole issue about sort of risk related to international financing mechanisms that needs pushing, because those are the communities that really most need that support and the ability to try and find new ways forward that they need to be able to help determine with their governments and others. It needs to be very much a conversation, but for now it's just not happening.
Here's a quick answer. Buy Girls Run the World coffee from Amazon. Gorongosa National Park in Mozambique, the center of the resistance movement in the guerrilla or civil war in Mozambique, a place that was war-torn to shreds, bought by an American investor, invested in a national park, all sorts of local communities working in the park itself. They grow coffee. You can buy their coffee, keeps them, this is... there's a solution right here. So if you like coffee, and there are tons of sustainable, I can't remember the actual buzzwords, but of similar operations around the world.
If I may too, just give a couple of examples here from the U.S. And I mentioned before during our panel, there is really good evidence that SNAP reduces food insecurity and healthcare costs, and generally people are healthier who receive SNAP. So that's been an important program over the years, and of course there are always threats to cuts to SNAP, and we're going to keep our eyes out on that. Also, there are some really nice innovative programming going on now, food as medicine programs, and there are a couple going on, for example, in Tampa Bay, where so you have adults, patients who are attending healthcare clinics who have limited resources. They go to the clinic, they get screened for food insecurity, and if they're food insecure, they're offered the opportunity to enroll in a food pantry and get food vouchers. And then we actually recently did a study on over a 2-year period, actually starting from the program started at the beginning of COVID, so there were challenges with that. But we actually are seeing some improvements in healthcare management, and even some of the biometric measures like, hemoglobin HB1 for measuring blood glucose and blood pressure. People who redeem the food more frequently show improvements in their management of those chronic diseases and in the health outcomes themselves. So there's a lot of really interesting programming going on around getting people, bringing food to people who have chronic conditions. And these are often diet-related diseases, and we're beginning to see some improvements in the health outcomes.
I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you, Glenn. Schnaufer with GNSI. I would note that a success story would certainly be Finland. So they're rated the top food secure nation in the world. They have a whole government approach to how they approach security issues, including food security. So how they break down actual farmers' responsibilities, bakers' responsibilities in times of crisis as well as in normal peacetime. So they have a whole government approach strategy. I'd encourage you to take a look at that. I don't have the link with me, but Finland has a very interesting model. So a question, a response to, looking at all the different things we talked about today, what are the conditions that need to be met that make aid actually successful? And what it seems to be is that we need to have security on the ground, a functioning government, and then your food aid can start actually being more successful than if you have a security environment that's obviously in conflict. And then after security is established, you have a functioning government, you have basic security, people feel generally safe, they're starting to get food aid because maybe they don't have the agricultural abilities there. Then what's the next step? Is it a cultural change for people to start being able to sustain themselves in the country? But what are the conditions to build to that point? Thank you.
I'd perhaps contest that. I think food aid is at its most let's say, humanitarian aid is at its most impactful when the situation's at its most messy. That's when people really most need to receive aid. I think when you get to the conditions where the political situation is stabilized and there's broadly access for the population and others to move around, markets to get reestablished and so on, that's when you need the development funding coming in and the resumption of more normal economic activity.
I once heard someone say that the best way to reduce fragility is to have a government that wants to provide services to its people. And what you see after humanitarian aid leaves and development aid comes in and you sequence and you layer those programs appropriately, the most successful nations are ones that set up social safety programs, social safety nets. They prevent themselves from falling into hunger crises again. So, Ethiopia is a good example of a country that came out of famine in the 1980s, of course, and then set up a pretty robust social safety net system in the PSMP. Now, of course, all of that can topple when governance fails and states fail. But at the end of the day, that was a very successful program and pulled tens of millions of people out of hunger and it prevented others from falling into hunger. So what you see is robust investments in social protections, robust investments in agricultural research and extension. These are the sort of traits of really good, stable, food-secure nations. And they should be sort of central to the way that we think about, what comes next.
To add to those great contributions, the G7 plus, how many people have heard of that? It sounds flashy, sounds like G20, sounds like G8. No, it's the network of fragile nations. East Timor is the secretariat of it. It was developed in 2010, 2011, I believe, right around the Busan Agreement times. But this was essentially a peer-to-peer network in which they have annual conferences with the most fragile nations to come together, sharing best practices and lessons learned. It's a great initiative. It's been stalled quite a bit because, again, for the people that were here for the session that was in this room, unfortunately, they have to sort of bump elbows with all the donors in the room to actually get to the microphone to be able to share their own best practice with this. But I mean, ultimately, if these things aren't homegrown, they're not going to sustain. Hardly anything is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Himmelgreen, Patrick, and Chase, and Peter for your contributions here in this wrap-up and for leading the breakout sessions. It's been a terrific day, and we want to thank all of you for making our inaugural Policy Dialogues event such a success. We know the world is starting to push back more aggressively against the use of hunger as a weapon, and we know some of the ideas learned here today will help us elevate the fight even more. And to wrap up the day, I'd like to invite back to the podium Executive Director of GNSI, retired U.S. Marine Corps General Frank McKenzie, for concluding remarks and to wrap up our day.
So what I'm not going to do actually is wrap up the wrap-up and restate a lot of great things that have been said in the last few minutes. But I would like to actually just begin by thanking some people. I'd like to thank all the hosts and all the panelists that appeared here today. We couldn't have done it without you, and we really do appreciate that. I'd also like to thank the USF security team who helped us out here today, as well as there's a team that runs this building, and they've reached beyond themselves to help us here today. And I would particularly like to thank one person, and that person is David Himmelgreen. So David, would you please stand up and come on over here? So what I'd like to do, you were sort of the intellectual engine behind this whole thing. Here's a coin from us to you. So thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. David sort of symbolizes the vast intellectual energy that's here at USF that we're able to harness for events like these. We intend to continue these. I find them extremely useful. I hope you do as well. We want to shine the spotlight on areas where people often don't think. So I'll give you an example. So today I had to leave for the first session because I had to go upstairs and participate in another conference. I was a presenter at the Middle East Institute up in DC, and we were talking hard power there. Very different than what we're talking here. But the fact of the matter is, it requires both to be successful. And actually, in the long run, it's not hard power, it's soft power that actually prevails when it's all said and done there. Okay, good. But I just want to, events like this give us the opportunity to widen our aperture and think about things that just don't fall directly into the national security line of effort. Thanks for being here. Thanks for everything you've done for us. We look forward to seeing you back at many of these events in the future. We're finished here today. Thank you.